How low would a standing desk be for you?
Probably somewhere around 5'8".
And we are live. Welcome to the NFL First Look. We are kicking off 4 straight hours of NFL coverage for week 2. It's a good time to be here. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Give a shout out to No House Advantage, presenting sponsor of this show. We're definitely going to talk about them in a little bit. But first, I am Josh Engleman. I am joined by Adam Scherer. We're here to just break it all down, take a nice, calm look through the entire slate before we kick it over to the deeper dive crew, and they break down every single game over an hour and 45 minutes before they let loose and give it to the live before lock crew. Adam, how was baseball yesterday?
Baseball was good. Won the early slate DraftKings tournament for 20K. Lost a little bit on the night slate. Baseball was good. College football sucked. MMA was whatever. Looking forward to football though. So the biggest thing was just having more money to register stuff. Like I always forget that I need to prepare for the beginning of NFL season, and because it's not just registering a million NFL slates, it's also having money in play for golf and MMA and baseball and college football and whatever else. And it's just like, man, I'm running out of money.
Yeah, that congrats on the baseball slate. That's awesome. Did not play any baseball yesterday. Did play MMA, didn't go well. Liked everything that I had pre-lock, and that was supported, but it didn't matter once again. That's starting to become really fun, knowing that I got it in the middle with, something that should be positive in general, and just having to like wait it out to find out when it's actually going to happen.
Yeah.
It's the worst feeling in the world.
You mean when you're getting a lot of 1% lineups, but not actually making money?
Sort of. Well, like not just that, but like, knowing you had a good build, having these independent sources sort of letting you know, like, hey, this was a good set of lineups. Best you could do is just like move forward for it. Like, none of it matters because this is such a long-term thing, especially when it comes to MMA, where like your range of outcomes is legitimately you make no money, you make all the money.
Right.
Like it's both sides of it. Where like on days like this or like NBA slates, that happens, but with MMA, like you could be cooked in 2 fights and all of a sudden you just don't have to pay attention to anything.
Yeah. Yesterday was nice for MMA since apparently I was like the worst 150 maxer in the entire tournament. I just, stopped watching from the beginning.
I'm curious to see how that responds, if that was just like a quirk like before it ran.
Yeah, I don't know. It was weird because like I didn't do anything different or wildly different.
And it wasn't like that on the other one that I saw. You were, top 15 or something, which made some sense. But when I saw it, I was just like, oh, he uploaded the wrong stuff.
Well, when I saw, so I didn't look before the fights. I looked after the first fight, and I knew I was like 3x the field on the guy that scored 110 points.
Yeah.
And I'm like projected to lose a bunch of money. I'm like, did I play a fight that like isn't happening? Like, did I forget to X somebody out or something?
Yeah, when I saw you at the like absolute bottom, I was like, oh, he like inversed his sort or something like that and just grabbed everything he didn't want. But anyway, nobody wants to hear about how we evaluate our lineups before MMA slates start. Let's talk some NFL. You and I didn't get to do this show last week. You were off at your sister's wedding, so Greg and I did it. I did not remember how to do this show before we started. Completely forgot that it existed. But here we are. We are ready to talk some of week 2 slate. Are you ready to get it started?
Yeah, with the caveat that this is probably going to be a little bit bumpy because I haven't talked NFL in a year.
Well, to be fair, your shows are mostly bumpy anyway.
Well, yeah, but normally I know how to just make it sound like I know what I'm talking about. NFL, I kind of stumble through it for a couple of weeks.
Maybe just send that one to me in a DM and not tell the entire listening public that you have no idea what you're talking about. On that note, with that sort of confidence, everybody, please hit that like button. Let's get up over 100 at the very least. There's 700 and something people in here, so we could run that like number up pretty high. I don't want Loughy to be yelling at me before he gets in here. Eric with the super chat said, I didn't know Adam got up this early. Let's get it today. Thank you for all you guys do. Yeah, NFL Sundays. Adam's up at the ripe time of what, 8:45, I'm guessing?
No, I was actually up at like 7:30 because I still need to build stuff out for FanDuel. I stayed up until like 3 working on DraftKings.
There you go. Couldn't have known that these things were coming, that's for sure.
These guys are way too modest. You guys would crush this half drunk and half asleep. I do both very frequently.
It's also true. Half asleep I could do for sure. Half drunk, it's going to be a different show, and it's not going to be a good one for DFS, but it'll probably be a good one for like entertainment. But I'm not going to be bringing a lot of the goods if I'm drunk. Let's talk running backs here. That's where we need to start. And I'm going to just start generically. If there's more than one here, feel free to say it. Who's the best running back on today's slate?
There's a lot.
I know. But is there a one? Is there a top 2? Where does your line ultimately get drawn for like, okay, this is a different tier now?
I think it's kind of like the cash game quarterbacks or running backs. And then I guess I would add like Javonte Williams and Christian McCaffrey to the list.
Okay. I think that
or
makes
like
some
five.
sense. I think that makes some sense.
Barkley, McCaffrey, Williams, Henderson, Fournette. The reason I'm including Williams in there, like, so
he caught 100 balls.
Right. And they kind of said that's, I think Hackett came out and said that's going to be like that. That's a function of their offense. That wasn't like a fluke. So Barkley obviously is going to dominate touches.
Yeah.
McCaffrey, you assume, is going to get more work than last week. And even that, was a decent game. Henderson, I think you have somewhat of a question mark just because up until a week ago, we thought he was the second running back on this team. There's certainly a non-zero chance that you play a bunch of Henderson today, you turn the game on, and it's like, oh, cool, Cam Akers is on the field. Like that certainly can happen, but based on what we saw last week and the current price, you kind of, I think, just have to suck it up and hope that doesn't happen. And then, Fournette, is going to get a lot of the work. So, those are the five guys that I think really stand out. They're the five guys we have highest in optimal percentage at running back as well.
Yeah. I don't really have too much to add there. I know with the way that ownership looks today, outside of, and we can even talk about them later, outside of the Bengals being like a very chalky defense in comparison to the rest of them, there aren't ownership numbers coming in on any of the skill position guys that start to become problematic to me. Like Saquon's ownership isn't anything that's going to make me build any differently. He's not like a tipping point. He's just a really good play in a certain amount of lineups because there's a lot of really good plays. Pricing for this week and for last week, just very, very flat from an ownership perspective. We haven't seen that spot yet where you get that like 4K guy that has to be in 45, 50% of your lineups.
No, I mean, this week, I think that spot, not that has to be in 40 to 50% of your lineups. Like, so I think you're referring to when you get the, number 2 running back in a great spot starting. Yeah. We do have the one spot with the Bengals this week that is going to get a ton of ownership, and because it projects well, but also it's going to get too much ownership. So we do have that, but yeah, we don't have the like, well, this sucks because this is clearly the best play and also really popular.
So you sort of mentioned it before, but what are you expecting to be the prevailing cash combination at running back?
Barkley. So on the main slate, Barkley, Fournette, and Henderson.
Okay, and no real disagreements with you there. Barkley and Henderson for me seem like the two most likely. There could be some wiggle room.
That's kind of where I'm at. I think that if for no other reason other than just trying not to get obliterated in cash on coin flips, like Barkley and Henderson are certainly going to be in there. If Fournette became Williams for some reason, that would be okay, I guess. But for me right now, at least, I think Fournette's the third.
Next question for you about running back. How much should we read into last week's Christian McCaffrey performance? 8,900 this week. Not like crazy owned, like he's owned the way that you would expect Christian McCaffrey to be owned. Does that price tag bother you at all? How do you feel about McCaffrey in relationship to, say, $9,900 Jonathan Taylor?
Yeah. So I have them projected about the same. Yeah. I'm not super confident in that because you have two things at play that are just like huge uncertainties. One is that McCaffrey just wasn't as involved as you would like last week, certainly by McCaffrey standards. I have a hard time thinking that's the case long term because it doesn't make sense, but certainly could be. It wouldn't be the first time that you go an entire NFL season just yelling at the coach to do better. And then on the other side, you have the Colts missing Pittman and missing Pierce. I expect Nyheim Hines to pick up a lot of the receiving work, but there is certainly just the possibility that Taylor ends up either getting more touches, getting more carries, getting more targets, both. So you kind of have it working in both directions where Taylor certainly could just have like a massively higher projection, or like looking back on Taylor's workload, it could just be like, wow, he should have been projected way higher than he is, and already he's high. And similarly with McCaffrey, it could be like, all right, we really need to start pulling back on this guy. But right now, going into this week, I have them about the same, and they're projected for similar ownership as well. About 17% to McCaffrey, about 13% to Taylor. So for me, I expect to get to more McCaffrey and just hope that it kind of evens out. It's not a spot where I'm super confident, though, that I'm not looking back at the slate just going like, damn it, I really wish I just bumped up Taylor.
Yeah, I'm not really getting to all that much Taylor either because McCaffrey sort of boxes him out. Same projection, $1,000 cheaper, same ownership. It's just going to be really hard to get to that other guy unless you're getting to both. Speaking of Taylor, since we just talked about him, did get a question from the real Jetton. Thoughts on using Taylor and Hines in the same lineup?
My issue with it is that Taylor costs $9,900.
Yeah.
I think
He
they both
needs
get a
those
bump
touchdowns
from Pittman in particular being out. It's just for those two to get there together. Like, I guess what it would look like is Jonathan Taylor gets all the touchdowns and Nyheim Hines catches 10 passes out of the slot. And then Jonathan Taylor, runs it in, whatever. Like, they can get there like that, but that's still just like such a specific outcome that you need. Whereas I think it's more likely that, like, when Hines has the biggest game, Taylor kind of hits his median, and when Taylor has the biggest game, Hines kind of hits his median. It's hard outside of like that one specific example I gave to see where like they both do well enough that you want to be paying $10K for Jonathan Taylor at the same time you're playing Hines.
You mentioned the price for Taylor. I think the price for Hines is the problem here. 5,300. He's not priced like he's just some fill-in running back at the back end. And not that I would have expected him to, but right. Like if he were at the bottom, then that Taylor price doesn't matter as much. But I feel like you need both of those things then. Like you also still probably need Hines to score a touchdown, and that's where it starts to get dicey for me.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Like he's correctly priced. Like Hines is probably a little bit underpriced. He's another one where we don't know exactly what his role is going to look like here. There's a good chance that it ends up being pretty substantial as far as working in the passing game. But yeah, you're probably getting a discount on him just because he's going to be more involved. But I don't think you're getting any crazy discount where like it's not like, basketball where you get 2-3, the starting center's out and you get 2-3K centers. And it's like, all right, well, they're not going to play together, but they cost 6K total. Like you're talking about allocating 15K to 15K to two running backs from the same team. It makes it tough.
All right, let's talk a little bit more about running backs that you've got your eye on from a tournament perspective. Who stands out to you most? We've already talked about the guys that we think are going to be big chunks of our lineups: the Barkleys, the Hendersons, the Fournettes of the world, where they rank highly in optimal. You can get different elsewhere. Who are some of these guys that aren't pulling any ownership that you're expecting to get to?
I mean, right now we have Nyheim Hines projected for 1% ownership. If that holds, I like that. It's not. Running back isn't my favorite spot to go off the board just because I do think the chalk there is really strong and also that there's enough of them. It's not like you're just talking about, oh, Saquon Barkley looks really good, but then it's like, oh, if Saquon Barkley rolls his ankle and you don't have him, like you just walk to the front of the line. There's like 5 or 6 just really, really strong running backs, and the chances of all of them, disappointing are relatively low. So it's not my favorite position to get away from the field at. I think it's more likely that I'll use these guys, like Hines. I think he's still like a low probability play just because the other guys are so good. But I do think he's going underowned if he's only going to be 1%. I've seen people mention Jeff Wilson in chat at 5,100. He's another one where I don't think he's any sort of real priority just because there are a lot of question marks there. And also you have to keep in mind when you're talking about, Fournette at 6,700 or Williams at 6,500, even Barkley at 7,300 or whatever. You're not talking about gaps that are that big. When you have Jeff Wilson at 5,100, you have those guys $1,000 or $2,000 more. So there's certainly plenty of uncertainty with Jeff Wilson. We seemingly get the Niners starting running back hurt week 1 every year, and then you get to play the guessing game of, is it Wilson? Is it whoever, is it going to be Jordan Mason? Is it going to be whoever they're, I don't even know who's active for them. Beyond that, it's the point being though, like there's a lot of ways that running back room can go, but one of them is just that Jeff Wilson dominates touches at $5,300 or $5,100 and looks really good. So I do think he's going a little bit underowned here at 5%. It's not somebody that I expect to jam into a ton of lineups, but I think he's going a little bit underowned. And then Javonte Williams getting ownership, but I think going a little underowned just because of sort of what we were talking about before. On the main slate, he just sort of falls in line behind Fournette, Barkley, Henderson, and then there's some other guys getting ownership. So he is popular, but I mean, if he gets double-digit targets at 6,500, like he's somebody I want a lot of.
Is there anybody you don't want a lot of? Anybody that you think is pretty clearly over-owned right now? Guys that you're expecting to be light on for any particular reason?
So we have Joe Mixon going quite a bit over-owned. I'm looking now to see if I'm personally on the same page.
I am.
I am not.
Okay.
I think the field's like I'm going a little bit overowned, but not nearly as much. Um, I was so he's another one where like the Bengals just ran a million plays last week, and he benefited, but also like he's going to be a huge part of that offense one way or the other. So at 7,200, I think that him getting the same ownership as somebody like Fournette is maybe a little bit high, but it's also pretty much the same range of outcomes. So I'm not quite as pessimistic on him as the boom bust tool is. James Conner, we have. I'm more in line with Conner here. We have him going as the second most over-owned running back. I do see it similarly there too. It's not that he doesn't have a high ceiling, he does, but just not quite worth the ownership, I don't think.
Is there anybody else at running back that you think we need to talk about right now? Anybody whose name we haven't brought up? Chat, if you have anybody immediately that comes to mind, somebody that we haven't been talking about, let me know.
Josh Jacobs, because of that game.
Yeah.
He is 6th in optimal percentage on DraftKings in the boom bust tool. We have him getting 13% ownership, which is pretty much in line with his optimal percentage, but he certainly deserves a mention at 5,800 in a game that is likely to score a lot of points. One thing that you do have going for you, you obviously can play him and Devontae Adams together, but if you were just to get a game where Josh Jacobs falls into the end zone 3 times, then Adams can certainly still have a good game, especially on DraftKings, just from a PPR standpoint. But that's taking touchdown equity away. And then Antonio Gibson, 6,200. There was obviously a lot of talk about him during the offseason, what his role was going to be. Yeah. Kind of got taken care of for the time being. So
sure did. Sure did.
And obviously really, really involved. He's a capable pass catcher. Like that's never been the knock on him too. It's more, can he pass block? Can he not fumble? So he looks pretty good in what should be a high scoring game as well at 6,200.
I assume he just paid Jeff Galuli's son to handle the job. Yeah, that worked out well for him. Didn't work out as well for my wife, who drafted the dude that got stabbed.
I mean, he's already back at
shot rather.
Yeah, he's already back at practice. I don't understand how.
I mean, Paul Pierce, he got stabbed and like 3 weeks later played 82 games in the NBA season.
Yeah, this guy didn't get stabbed. He's a running back that got shot twice in the leg.
Sure. I'm just saying, these guys heal differently. I don't know. I don't have anything to say. It's ridiculous. If I got shot, I wouldn't be able to do the show for a year.
Right.
Oh man, it's craziness. It's absolutely craziness. 1,350 people in here, 187 likes. We are off to a great start. We have made our way through the running back. So now got to talk schedule for the rest of the day. And I touched on most of it when we got started. Coming up at 10 a.m., when we get out of here at like 9:55, we move stuff around on the back end. NFL Deeper Dive kicks off at 10. You get Loughy, you get Ben, you get the boss man, Alex Baker, Awesemo himself, breaking down every single game on the slate for an hour and 45 minutes. It's as good as you're going to get on an NFL Sunday. Then we turn it over to NFL Live Before Lock from 11:45 all the way up until 1 p.m. But we don't stop there. 7 o'clock tonight, NFL Showdown Live Before Lock is on the schedule, so you get another hour for Sunday Night Football. Speaking of Sunday Night Football, I will also have Sunday Night Football Contenders videos out sometime in this window between 10 a.m. when I get off of this show and when the main slate locks. Finally, free content for today. Let's see if I could actually give you guys that answer. And I can. It's easy. There is no free content for today. Just go to Awesemo or go to Stokastic.com. That's the second time I've done that in like 2 weeks, and I haven't done it for a couple months. Go to Stokastic.com and just sign up and use our stuff. We might not have anything free for you guys, but you guys could still pay for it. It's not a bad idea. I got a promo code for you coming anyway. All right, let's talk wideouts.
Hang on. There's been somebody really wanting to talk about Nick Chubb, and I kind of think it's interesting just because we have him with an 8% chance of being optimal and 8% projected ownership, just like exactly where he should be. Chubb is kind of, to me, the same thing every week. He's not going to get the same, or he's unlikely to get the same level of passing game work as a lot of running backs priced around him. He has to deal with Kareem Hunt, whereas a lot of running backs priced around him don't have to deal with anything similar to Kareem Hunt. But he's also really, really good. So he's typically just going to end up looking worse than a lot of running backs priced around him for those reasons. But that also drives the ownership down. It makes him a good tournament play pretty much every week, because as long as the ownership is lower than those other guys, because he's just really good and so capable of housing a 60-yard touchdown whenever he touches the ball. So that's basically the answer on Nick Chubb every week. Is he's a good tournament play. He's in line behind those other guys just because he doesn't get the same level of passing game work, and he has to deal with Kareem Hunt.
There we go. Wideouts. I think we can both agree that the top wideout today is pretty obvious.
Are you going to say anything else, or am I supposed
No,
to?
I was just kind of leaving it to you to see if we were on the same page.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Devontae Adams.
Yes. It's very, like, I've got Adams and Kupp, basically. This is the same. Adams to Kupp is McCaffrey to Jonathan Taylor, only I feel way better about Devontae Adams than I do about Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Adams and Kupp project similarly. I actually have Kupp very slightly ahead of Adams. But when you put in the pricing difference, it's just like, all right, well, clearly Adams looks better. Basically, like you're saying, the same thing with McCaffrey and Taylor, except for Devontae Adams didn't get 4 targets last week.
Exactly. Is there something here where we could like flip flop these guys, where we get like Adams and Taylor lineups and McCaffrey and Kupp lineups, and you're grabbing like the opposite sides of the more popular versions?
I mean, I think that's kind of what you're trying to do with lineups in general to some point.
Yeah, I didn't really mean what I was saying out loud. It was just like the dichotomy of it all made some sense. Yeah, Adams is. I would be shocked if Devontae Adams isn't my most exposed wide receiver this week.
Yeah, same boat. And I mean, we have him projected for 26% ownership. I have him being optimal 26% of the time. We have him being optimal 33% of the time. So, obviously you can debate those numbers however you want, but like the point is he's getting a ton of ownership and it's fully warranted.
Yeah, I want to get to the guys that are most likely to be optimal and figure it out elsewhere, because there's plenty of places to get away, like to find a guy that's 10% optimal with 3% ownership. There's not a lot of places to find 25% optimal guys that aren't like wildly overowned. He's owned appropriately. That's where I want to get my money in the middle. So love getting to Adams. Who else are you seeing from a cash perspective? Are there any other pretty obvious cash options at wideout today?
I mean, yeah, Greg Dortch, I guess is how you pronounce that, just simply because he's 3,500. It's the first NFL show I've done this year, so I will remind everyone that many weeks you're going to have a $3,500 can't miss wide receiver, and then you remember why you never heard of the guy until the week before. Dortch got 9 targets last week. Arizona is still missing multiple wide receivers. No Rondell Moore, no Isabella, no Hopkins. It's a game that's likely to be very high scoring. It's certainly not a spot in cash games that I'm going to get away from. Like, there's just no reason for me to do that. Like, why am I going to make, a lineup where I don't have this guy in it? But in tournaments, and he's still a fine play in tournaments too. Like, again, just because somebody is popular and a cash play doesn't mean he becomes a bad tournament play. It just means you need to be aware of what the rest of your tournament lineup looks like. Kind of like with Devontae Adams, for example. A very high percentage of Devontae Adams lineups are going to have Carr and an Arizona run back. That doesn't mean you need to get away from Carr and Arizona and Adams. It simply means that, like, if you stack a different game and just use Devontae Adams separately, you're somewhat contrarian just by doing that. Yeah. And it's similar here with Dortch. Like, he is still a good value, but you do want to keep in mind, one, there are alternatives on this slate in tournaments because you have the Colts missing a bunch of guys. You have the Giants shorthanded. So there are alternatives. And then two, he is still a nobody that happened to get 9 targets last week. Like, he's likely to be involved again here. But, if he goes out there and gets 9 points for you in tournaments, that's not doing a whole lot for you. In cash, it's fine. But, tournaments, if he goes out and gets 9 points, especially if nobody else in that price range beats that, it's likely that the winning lineup just doesn't have that same roster build and doesn't pay down. So I do think that he's like the obvious next guy to talk about at wide receiver. But it's kind of like cash game lock for me, at least on DraftKings. And then tournaments, he's good if you need value and you have a low owned lineup, but certainly not as strong a play in tournaments.
Is Richie James a stronger play in tournaments? Is Paris Campbell a stronger play? These 3K, mid 3K guys that aren't getting the same sort of love as Dortch?
Yeah, I don't know if stronger play is the right word. It kind of just depends on what the rest of that lineup looks like, because they do, I think, project a little bit worse. I have James, a 1.5 behind Dortch. I have Campbell like a half point behind them, but you're getting like half the ownership going to Campbell. You're getting half the ownership going to James. So they are, I think, going under-owned, whereas Dortch is going over-owned.
Okay, we're on the same page there. Let's have the conversation the same way that we did about Jonathan Taylor. What do you think you're doing today with $9,900 Cooper Kupp? I feel a lot. I don't even know if when I say this out loud, I mean what I say, but like I feel better about Kupp for some reason than I do about Taylor. And I think they're basically the same thing.
I typically feel that way. I'm not even sure that I do today.
Okay.
Just because I expect Taylor to be so involved. But especially on full point PPR, like it's typically you're going to feel that way just because you know Cooper Kupp's getting 100 targets, and even if Taylor gets 100 carries, they're not equal. So typically, I lean into receiver. Here, I do think it's a bit closer.
Do you see yourself getting to any sort of substantial amount of Kupp? Do you even have like an opinion on Kupp other than whatever I get of Cooper Kupp, I'm pretty happy about it because he's awesome.
I mean, that's my opinion on everybody, but no, like that pretty much sums it up. I did actually just throw in an early crunch, and I got to 3% of Kupp, which
okay,
not thrilled with, but whatever.
I'm north of 20, so I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, it's just going to be one of those where I hate myself, an hour in. So I got 3% of Kupp, 47% of Adams.
Okay.
I got 1% of Taylor, 30% of McCaffrey. Like, I'm just going to hate myself when this slate plays out. But also looking at the numbers that I'm looking at, it's doing what I would like it to do.
Sure. I am light on Taylor. We're the same way, and I am getting to McCaffrey. But Kupp is a guy that I'm also still getting to because of James, because of Dortch, because of Paris Campbell. I am still finding it, giving myself that ability to be able to pay up at wide receiver. Who are some tournament options that you see that are standing out as guys that are pretty clearly, I don't want to say pretty clearly under-owned, but like guys that you expect to be over on in tournaments? Who stands out?
Yeah, so I mean, we mentioned James and Campbell already. I wanted to see actually how much of Richie James I got. Whoa. I have 33% Richie James right now.
If it helps you at all, I have 41. So
okay. How much Dortch do you have?
31.
I have 5.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Are you getting to another pay down wideout?
Those three played out for me where I have 33% James, 10% Campbell, 5% Dortch, also 10% Skowronek at 3,300. I think he's going a little bit.
I only have 5 there. But either way, I am finding myself to the James, Dortch, Campbell trio from 3K guys.
So also DJ Moore, 5,700. That's a game that I like. You and I were kind of talking before the show that I was getting a lot of Jones and Barkley. But DJ Moore on the other side of that at 5,700, he's another one, just kind of coming similar to McCaffrey, coming off of a game that doesn't leave you with a lot of confidence. He had 6 targets, caught 3 of them, 43 yards. But we know this is a really good receiver. And say what you want about Baker Mayfield, this is the best quarterback this guy's played with. So hopefully it gets figured out sooner rather than later. But as long as we're going to get discounts on DJ Moore, I love the upside that he offers. He's not projected for much ownership. We have him at about 9%. So I got.
What do we have him projected for? Like 29 fantasy points?
What do I have him projected for?
Well, I'm sure the site has him as the head of Devontae Adams because DJ Moore is like a Stokastic cheat code.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. No, we actually have him at 14.4, which
perfect.
Like what I have.
I am getting him, but he might as well have like a Stokastic logo on his jersey.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. But yeah, he stands out as somebody I'm getting a little bit more of. Michael Thomas, 5,800. I really like that with Kamara either limited or out, kind of depending on how you want to interpret coach speak.
Yeah.
Michael Thomas looked great last week anyway. And then if you're going to take Kamara out, obviously that benefits Ingram to some extent. It benefits Hill to some extent. But don't forget about, the wide receiver one that's $5,800 and really good.
Are we missing anybody at wideout that
Probably
we should be talking? What'd you say?
I said probably. There's a lot of.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking more from a name standpoint. Where are you at on like a Jamar Chase, a Debo, a Tyreek Hill, like some of the more pay up options? To me, it's just sort of like I don't really have much to say about anybody that like is a relevant actual name.
Yeah, like most of them seem pretty much correct to me. Yeah, like there's guys that I'm, like Jamar Chase. I'm not getting as much as the field, but like who cares? He's 9% owned. Yeah, I think those are pretty much the ones that we have to touch on.
Okay. Then who are we missing in like the mid tier? Random names. Ashton Doolin is a name that's been popping up as a pay down option.
Yeah, I wanted to see what I was doing with him.
Sort of if you don't go to Paris Campbell thing, why is Paris Campbell look better than Doolin? That's something popping up in chat a bit. But I mean, when you get into this like 5 and 6K range of wide receivers, like good luck.
Yeah, for sure. And Doolin I actually didn't get to a lot of. He projects behind Campbell.
Yeah.
Obviously, not to say that that's how it has to play out, but just getting similar ownership, and I don't have him as high as Campbell.
Anybody that we're missing here at wide receiver? Anybody that you want to talk about? Guys that are popping up in your crunches? Guys that you're fading? Do you see anybody that you're not getting to? Like, who's the equivalent of shit? I already don't even remember who your running back fade was, but same question.
So out of the guys that are actually getting a lot of ownership,
sure.
It looks like
if a guy's getting 1%, I don't care that you're getting 0.
Right. I mean, like, I guess I'm a little bit under on Hill, but nothing crazy there. Cooper Kupp getting 15%. I have basically none. And that kind of goes back to what I was saying when I said that, like, I hate the way that my exposures look, but also they make sense to me. It's not like Cooper Kupp's not getting any ownership. If Cooper Kupp was getting like 5% ownership, I would love to be getting to a lot of him. But here it's just like, I think his ownership's pretty much correct, if not a little bit high, given his salary. So there's no real reason for me to be getting him over Devontae Adams and just making the rest of my lineup worse, basically. So it does look like I'm fading him pretty aggressively. Next would be Brandon Cooks, who, I'm around the field on him. Nothing interesting there. Kirk and Hollywood are interesting, but I'm getting, 10% of Cooks, getting 15% of Hollywood. It seems like out of the top guys, Kupp is the pretty strong fade for me, which feels absolutely horrible.
That one I'm not with you on, and I'm pretty happy about it because that's not something I want to agree with you on. And I don't think you want to agree with you right now.
No, I mean, I agree with why I don't have him, given that I do have a lot of other very strong mid-range receivers. Like, I'm not sacrificing upside across my entire lineup. I am putting myself at risk of just being dead when Cooper Kupp scores 40 DraftKings points.
Yeah. Same.
Oh, Allen Robinson's a good one. Because I would really, really like to be getting to Allen Robinson. And actually, if I am getting to him, I'm going to be a lot happier about my Cooper Kupp stand.
I have 5% Robinson, so I'm not. 12.
Okay. So he is one that I do really like. We have him projected for like 6 to 7% ownership. He is, to me, like the epitome of what you should be going after in week 2 NFL DFS and tournaments. He's a question mark for sure. Like, he basically didn't exist last year, but he was on the Bears. Their offense was a joke. He's been a really talented receiver throughout his career that has never really had a quarterback. He should be really, really good with the Rams. There's some non-zero chance that he is just washed and we wrote it off as, oh, he's on the Bears, but really he's just absolutely washed. There's a much higher chance. And then, obviously you got week 1 where he was just completely uninvolved. I think there's a much higher chance that at the end of this NFL season, you say, at the very least, Allen Robinson was solid for the Rams. There's a chance that you were like, Allen Robinson was a beast for the Rams. And there's a chance that you're just like, damn, that dude sucked. I think it's very, very likely that it's at least, oh, he was solid. And so getting him at $5,500 and nobody playing him because the conclusion based on week 1 is that Matt Stafford's never going to throw him a pass. I really like, just in theory, the idea of getting there. So I am actually glad that I'm above the field there. And I agree with, oh my God, Lowell's in chat. Good, and this is why, like, even though it scares me not to have a lot of Kupp, with how much Devontae Adams I'm getting, and I also think I should be getting, I'm fine with just not allocating that much money at wide receiver, because it kind of is gonna force you into more, playing Dortch and James and Campbell and these guys that are realistically very often going to score you 8 or 9 DraftKings points, when there's all these mid-range guys that can just go for 102 and you're not going to be surprised. Like, obviously they don't project for it, but if DJ Moore or Terry McLaurin or Allen Robinson or Brandon Cooks, if any of these guys just go out there and throw up, 100 yards and 2 touchdowns, you're just like, yeah, that is something that is completely normal.
2,000 concurrent viewers in here right now. Just hit that mark. That is awesome. 330 likes. We're building it up. Loughy's going to have no opportunity to give us any crap when he gets here at 10 o'clock. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't done it already. I mean, I think we can get to 500 pretty quickly if people are on their game. I got to talk to you guys quickly about the sponsor of this show. That is No House Advantage. If you click the link in the description of this video, use the promo code Stokastic when you sign up. You can get up to $25 on your first deposit. Now, this setup's going to be a little bit different here. You're taking props, over-unders, but you're ranking them on a confidence interval. So if you find a prop that you like, you put that in the 10-point slot. And then your second favorite prop is going to go in the 9-point slot. And then 8, 7, 6, you work your way all the way down to 1, trying to acquire the most points on a confidence interval that you can. But here's the best part. We have No House Advantage projections on Stokastic.com that cost you nothing. We also have No House Advantage optimal lineups already generated for you at No House Advantage. So you can sign up, use that promo code, and get into a contest like the 50K Sunday kickoff. It's the early slate. $20 to get in, $20K going up top to first place. 486 of 3,000 entries are in now. It's possible we see at least reduced rake, potentially some overlay. These should be the spots that you're looking for, because we're providing you everything at Stokastic, and we're providing you a little bit of a bump on that first deposit. And the contests are going to be as good as you could possibly find. So, Adam, we've got No House Advantage props right now. Like Baker Mayfield's over for interceptions. We have the line is set at 0.5. We have it projected at basically 1. That's where we have the median. That is the number 1 No House Advantage prop that we can get to today. So if you're playing, you want to put Baker Mayfield in that 10 spot, because that is the most likely prop to go over. Similarly, for Lamar Jackson, for Trevor Lawrence, for Mac Jones, all of their overs for interceptions look pretty good. But you could also go to unders. Jacoby Brissett, Mitch Trubisky, Joe Flacco. Their lines are set at 1.5. We're showing a little bit more value on the under. All of this can be seen at Stokastic.com, taking a look at our projections for No House Advantage. So click that link in the description, sign up using that promo code Stokastic, get yourself $25 on that first deposit. Ooh, up to 435 likes. It's looking good. All right, let's move over to the tight ends now. And not a ton that I think we need to talk about here. We don't have anything crazy from an ownership perspective. Mark Andrews is 6,400. He's the most expensive tight end. We're getting double-digit ownership to like Andrews, Higbee, Albert O. What do you see at tight end? Does anything really stand out to you today? Because I'm really casting a wide net.
Yeah, I mean, wide net at tight end is typically, I think, a good approach. I do like Kyle Pitts here. Okay. That's going to be a thing that probably just burns me all season long. But he's only projected for 8% ownership. He's 5,400. He's really good, and he's going to start scoring touchdowns at some point. He kind of just has to. So I do like him in particular. I know I'm getting around twice the field on him. Obviously, Andrews looks good. As far as paying down goes, there are plenty of options. Higbee coming off an 11 target week at 4,200 looks good. Albert O, obviously the snaps and how often he's on the field is a bit problematic because they just have a bunch of guys they're kind of rotating through, but still involved as a pass catcher, and at that price point I think looks good. So those two getting ownership as value look good. I understand why Andrews is getting it, but Kyle Pitts is one that really stands out to me. I think is a very strong tournament option.
Yeah, Higbee and Alberto are the two guys that I'm getting to the most right now, but nothing too crazy, just a little bit over the field. Hawkinson is the guy that I'm third on. He's sort of like my version of Kyle Pitts. I don't have much of a preference either direction.
Yeah.
Do you see any only guy that we haven't talked about that is pulling a little bit of ownership? How are you handling Darren Waller? Because we talked a little bit about how Josh Jacobs looks for the Raiders. We obviously are fans of Devontae Adams. What do you expect to be doing with Waller?
Right now, I'm not getting much, which, again, doesn't feel great, but it makes sense with I'm getting a lot of Adams. I'm over the field on Jacobs. I think I'm around the field on Carr. Let me double check that. Yeah, so I'm actually a little bit under the field on Carr. So, again, that makes sense where I think you're talking for me about a lot of lineups where my Raiders exposure is kind of secondary. Like it, just has Devontae Adams, or it has Adams plus Jacobs, or it just has Jacobs. If I were getting a lot of Derek Carr, you would see Darren Waller pulled up as well with a lot of, like Carr plus Waller lineups. But I don't have any issue playing like Adams and Jacobs in a lineup that doesn't have Carr. I do have an issue playing Adams and Waller in a lineup that doesn't have Carr, because if both of those guys go off, Derek Carr kind of just has to by default, unless he just completed 30 passes for no touchdowns to those two guys. But so that's the thing for me, is like Adams looks so good. I don't mind playing him with Jacobs. I do mind playing him with Waller if I don't have Carr. So kind of I think just pushes Waller down a little bit.
All righty. Anything else we should touch on here for tight ends?
Yeah, I wanted to see how much Andrews I'm actually getting to. Getting right around the field on, and actually a little bit over on Andrews. And then you said you liked Hawkinson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like 10% Hawkinson, so I'm with you there too.
Same.
There was Logan Thomas, I think is kind of interesting as another cheap option. I'm not getting to him. It doesn't seem like I'm getting to as much of the Washington passing game as at least right now, as I'd expected to. When I was crunching last night, it seemed like I was going to get a lot of like Curtis Samuel and McLaurin. They're not showing up quite as much for me right now. I do think they're good plays. I think it's just a situation where, for me personally, they're not priorities for one reason or another, but I do like the idea of those guys.
I'm getting to 9% Logan Thomas, so nothing crazy, but more than the field, so that works for me. All right, let's touch on defense. This should be pretty quick. The cash defense,
Bengals.
There's only one answer. I don't want to say like if you see somebody playing a different defense, you're like you should write that guy's name down, but it is probably aggressively incorrect to not have the Bengals.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yeah, defenses are dumb. So it's not as egregious as, like in baseball where somebody just doesn't play the clear top pitcher, but also just play the Bengals.
Yes, I agree. Do you see any defenses that you are like expecting to take a bit of a stand on? The ownership is completely flat. The most I have of anybody that isn't the Bengals is 9% Saints. I don't ever care. Do you have anything that you care about today?
No, I never do. I mean, just looking at the top stacks tool, basically what I think I care about, actually, let me double check this because I'm going to be kind of upset if I'm getting the Bengals. Okay, yeah, so all that I really care about from a defense standpoint today is that right now I have 5% Bengals in tournaments. That's basically all I care about. Is I just want exposure to low-owned defenses. One of the comments I saw at the very beginning of the show, and I started to touch on it then and just figured I would now, is somebody said that to win tournaments, it seems like you always need the defense that goes off. So, like what defenses? That's true in that, yeah, like a lot of times
to win tournaments, you need the teams with the things with the most points.
Well, but it's not just that. Like defense is less predictable. So like you're more likely to get a 1% or 2% owned defense that has 2 touchdowns than some 1% owned receiver that goes for 102. Because if that was realistically in his range of outcomes, people would have played him more than 1%. Yeah. The thing with approaching defense from a lineup construction standpoint is it's just random. The way scoring works in DFS doesn't really line up with real life football. You are going to, for the most part, like obviously if your defense shuts out a team and gets 10 sacks, like that is very good from both standpoints. But realistically, normally, if there is a slate breaking defense, it's because they return a kick for a touchdown, or they return an interception for a touchdown, or a fumble for a touchdown. That is all wildly unpredictable. The best you can really do is, outside of if you have like Devin Hester returning kicks, the best you can really do is, and it's counterintuitive, and again, it's why it goes against actually thinking about good defenses. One spot that I do like to target in general is when you get a defense that may or may not be any good, but they're facing a quality offense that's going to throw a lot, or a bad offense that's going to throw a lot. But either way, an offense that's going to throw a lot, they do get increased opportunities for those big plays. If you're playing a team that's just going to run the ball up the middle all game, you're not going to have many interceptions for a pick, or many opportunities for a pick six. If you're playing Patrick Mahomes, like, yeah, he's going to torch you most of the time, but he's also going to make some really stupid throws that you can run back for touchdowns here and there. So that's, a spot where you can kind of target, but outside of spots like that, it's more so for me understanding that there's so much volatility at this position. It's the best position to just play low-owned teams and hope you get lucky. Like, there's not nearly the same level of gap between. So you have the Bengals at 2,200 at 17% ownership. You have the Saints at 2,400 at 4%. And the Saints I'm not saying I like the Saints for one reason or another. They just happen to be the first cheap team I saw getting 1/4 or 1/4 the ownership. There's not that big of a difference between the two, even if the median projection is relatively big. And the median projection is why the Bengals are the cash defense. But the range of outcomes is why they're a pretty shitty tournament play.
There we go. Anything else for defenses?
Nope.
So I mentioned I had a promo for you guys before, and that's kind of true, but it's going to cost you nothing if you've already, or if you've never been with Stokastic before. So first and foremost, 2,200 people hit the like button. We definitely need to run that up a little bit higher, but here's the deal. If you've never been a Stokastic member before, and you're interested in seeing what we have behind the paywall, you can get access to all of our NFL DFS tools for free for the next 3 days if you sign up. So there's a link in the description of this video. You can click on that, join and activate a 3-day free trial right now. This does not include Fantasy Cruncher. It is an add-on that's not included in what I'm talking about, but you will get access to our lineup generator, player compare, projections, ownership, top stacks, boom bust, all of that good stuff. Everything that we have for the NFL behind the paywall is available to you guys on this free trial. So that's all you got to do. Click the link in the description. If you haven't signed up at Stokastic before, you'll get 3 free days. I think that's probably what you're looking for if you're watching this show right now. Knocking on the door of 500 likes. I like where we're at right now. Let's talk quarterbacks now. And I think you and I are generally on the same page when we talk quarterbacks. They are sort of a product of what we're getting at running back and wide receiver and tight end. Do you see a natural cash game quarterback for today?
Yeah, Derek Carr.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Yes, I agree. 6,200 Carr looks great. We've talked a bunch about, guys like Devontae Adams, so you're getting a natural stack in cash as well.
Which, to be clear, doesn't matter, but
correct,
doesn't hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Generally speaking, if you're getting a quarterback that's an obvious cash option, unless it's some sort of like wild mispriced thing, or like you're probably going to get a pass catcher with that guy coming along for the ride, but doesn't necessarily matter. What do you like, though, at quarterback? I can tell you right now, my most exposed quarterback is Daniel Jones, and that's usually just a recipe for success.
Yeah, super excited about that one, but I'm getting a lot of Daniel Jones. I mentioned it before, that I was getting to a lot of James. So that's, I think, one reason both of those numbers are so high. Like James projects as an under-owned value receiver, so he's pulling up Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones projects as an under-owned value quarterback, so he's pulling up Richie James. Also, playing, especially if you're playing like a two-man stack, there's no reason that you can't play Saquon Barkley here. Like, he catches a lot of passes. He has plenty of touchdown equity on receiving touchdowns. And then also, I feel like people kind of, and I used to, it's one of the things you and I kind of had learned on the morning show, review show that we do. I used to, I think, be a little bit too biased against playing a quarterback and running back together.
Yeah.
If the offense is moving the ball, it's good for everybody. Like, chances are, obviously it's great if your quarterback scores 5 touchdowns and your running back scores none if you don't have the running back. But like, realistically, if the Giants are just moving the ball, 3 touchdowns from Daniel Jones or 4 touchdowns from Jones, 1 or 2 from Barkley, that's very likely to happen. So just the offense moving the ball, like, they still positively correlate even if you remove the receiving aspect. And then obviously Barkley catches plenty of passes. So I'm getting a ton of Saquon Barkley. Yep. And that also, I think it probably goes both directions. I'm getting more Barkley because I'm getting more Jones. I'm getting more Jones because I'm getting more Barkley. But long story short, a lot of Daniel Jones. I'm fine with it. Like, he gives you rushing upside. He's cheap. He pairs with a couple of plays that I like. And then I'm also pretty heavily overweight on Baker Mayfield on the other side.
Ooh, okay. That I don't have. I mean, I have 5%, but I was hoping you said Kyler Murray, who was my second guy, but go with Baker.
I have 0 Kyler.
Okay.
Baker, I think, actually might be sort of the same reasons as Daniel Jones. For one, you have DJ Moore, so I think they're kind of pulling each other up. Christian McCaffrey, same thing. But then it's also just that this game just ends up grading out really well for me. Like, if I'm playing Baker Mayfield and DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey, I can play Saquon Barkley, who I also really like, or I can play Richie James, who I like as a pivot. So it kind of just is all working out where I'm getting a ton of this. I
like it. Anybody that you're seeing at quarterback that I don't want to say that you're not going to get to, because some of those are pretty obvious, but like, do you see anybody that's over-owned to you? The reason you're not going to get them is because like you think too many people are there.
So with Lamar Jackson, it's not that I think he personally is over-owned. It's that I am having trouble getting to lineups that look as good where either I'm pairing him with one of his receivers or like obviously you can pair him with Andrews, but that gets pretty expensive. So I am actually not getting to a lot of him, which I don't feel great about because I love getting Lamar in tournaments. But yeah, he's a relatively popular one that I'm not getting to. Let's see. And we have him going a little bit over-owned as well. What am I doing with Russ? We have him going a little over-owned. I'm not getting the Russell Wilson either. I think it's, again, just a product of he seems basically correctly owned to me, but then I don't really think there's a whole lot of in the receiving game that is standing out as under-owned. Not to say I don't like Judy or Sutton, but I don't think the stack as a whole is really standing out.
I'm liking the amount of Kyler I'm getting just from a week two narrative perspective. I like, them coming off of what was not a fun week one for them. I'm obviously getting to Dortch, which is helping. I'm getting to Marquise Brown. I'm getting to Ertz. So that's just sort of pulling Murray around, but I'm getting a spread of the pass catchers with Dortch, Brown, and Ertz. And that just makes me a little bit happier that I'm getting kind of different bites at the Arizona apple.
Yeah, this will be a fun one. How much Marcus Mariota are you getting?
5%.
Okay, I have 13.
Okay.
That also helps to explain the Kyle
Pitts. Yeah, I was just going to say, like, the Pitts, that must be why you like Pitts. I have a little bit of Patterson, who can score a touchdown and basically he might find a new way to score a touchdown other than running it or receiving it at this point in time. So, but no, I don't have anybody. Jones, Murray, Stafford, Carr are the only guys that I have more than 10% of, and Murray, Stafford, and Carr are at 10%. So yeah. I don't exactly have any guys that are like standing out.
I have 9% Stafford, 11% Carr.
Yeah.
Well, one other thing too on that Giants and Carolina game that I'm getting a lot of, it only has a 43.5 point total, but most games this week have relatively low totals. So that's just not, it doesn't make it look quite as bad just because everything's relative.
All right, I need you guys to hit that like button one last time. 2,300 viewers. We're at 500. Give me as many as you guys possibly can. This is the final question I've got for Adam before we turn it over to the NFL Deeper Dive. Remember, you don't have to go anywhere. Stay on this stream all the way up until 1 o'clock. We've got you covered. Adam, and we've talked about it throughout the show, who are your favorite stacks for this week?
Raiders, obviously, but beyond that, Giants, Panthers.
Yeah, Raiders and Giants are my top two. I actually do have a decent chunk of the Rams. A lot of that, a decent chunk is Henderson, but I am over the field on Kupp. I am over the field on Higbee. I am neutral on Stafford, Skoranek, or however the hell you say that. I do have a little bit there and some of Allen Robinson. So I do think the Rams look solid, but there is some ownership coming in. I guess if we're talking about guys that no one's getting to, Arizona would be the team that I'm at least a little bit interested in. Anybody that you don't like from a stack perspective, do you see anybody massively over-owned that you don't think you're getting to?
So I was going to say, kind of thinking back to what it appears I'm doing. And it's interesting with like what we've seen on Twitter all week, like a lot of the Twitter content from people that I don't think totally understand how to play tournaments well is like, everybody's going to play the Raiders. So play the Commanders and Lions game. And so what ends up happening is like Raiders projected ownership is basically where it should be. But then I think Lions and Commanders actually ends up coming in higher than it should when you're considering like how likely they are to be successful. And it's kind of the same issue I'm having for different reasons, but I think that's why I'm not getting the Kyler as well, is that Dortch is getting so much ownership. It kind of pushes Kyler down from a stacking perspective. So I think that's kind of why my plays are shaking out how they are. Like I'm getting to the Raiders around the field, if not a little bit more on Adams. And then I'm kind of just like, just passing over the next three, the Cardinal stack, the Commander stack, the Lion stack, and then I'm, playing a lot of the Giants and Panthers.
There we go, everybody. Another first look NFL show in the books. 550 plus likes, 2,300 people in here right now. Good luck to everybody for the rest of the day. Make sure you're checking out No House Advantage. Make sure you're checking out the free deal we have at Stokastic. If you've never been a sub before, stay right here. Ooh, God, I can't even talk. Stay right here. Loughy, Ben, the boss man, Alex Baker, Awesemo himself coming in next. Enjoy it, everybody. An hour and 45 breaking down everything. All the way up until 1. Stay here. We're out of here.
The best NFL prop bets for week 2 of the season. And I hope this is recording. I just did this entire video all set, ready to go. I'm ready to send it over to my producer. Go check the StreamYard recording. Realize I was not recording at all. I was talking to nothing the entire time. So I'm an idiot, and I hope this one turns out better. So do me a favor, like the video and subscribe to the YouTube channel and leave a comment below. Let me know whatever it is that you guys are betting for week 2 of the NFL season. So my bets for this week, I'm about to go through those in a second. But first, to recap the bets I had for week 1, which it actually went really well for the main slate, which is better than can be said for my prop bets, which have been miserable for the primetime games. So I've had a good baseball week. I had a good NFL main slate last week. And then the prop bets for primetime games, I don't know what's going on there. Those have sucked, if I'm just being honest. But overall, just kind of randomness, variance, not something I get too concerned about. But recapping the bets that I had for last week, I had Aaron Jones under 4.5 receptions. That one won really easily. It was also a plus money bet. And then I had David Njoku under 2.5 receptions. That was a bet that also won pretty easily. Naji Harris under rushing yards, another one that won pretty easily. The one losing bet that I had in the video last week was Joe Flacco for under 240 passing yards. He ended up having a pretty good passing game, ended up hitting the over in that spot. But once again, anything that you guys have as opinions for my bets or anything that you want to add, anything you think that I missed during the video or any questions you have, let me know below in the comment section. And it could be anything. We had a guy last week, Jumbroni. Here was his commentary on my Aaron Jones under 4.5 receptions. Worst prop bet ever? Aaron Jones under 4.5 receptions. Well, ended up Aaron Jones was barely involved in the Packers passing game. So was it the worst prop bet ever? No, it ended up winning. It was a plus money bet. Some of my other primetime bets, those might have been the worst bets ever. But we also had here Arlo Costello. He said the perfect complement for your Aaron Jones under bet is over AJ Dillon 13.5 receiving yards. And I think that was actually really smart, particularly in a same game parlay. If you took the under on Aaron Jones receiving yards, went the over with AJ Dillon, really would have made a lot of sense because, like we said, AJ Dillon ended up being the guy in the passing game for the Packers out of the backfield where Aaron Jones was hardly involved. And there was a clear correlation between those bets. So if Arlo played those in the same game parlay, really sharp. So that would be really well done job by him. So I thought that was really sharp. And also what I like about you guys leaving comments below is it makes me think about things that I might not have otherwise thought of. And then that's also what we have going on right now in our Discord channel. If you guys want to sign up, it's free for the first week, so there's no risk to you. You can sign up clicking on the link below or using the promo code GEInsider, and that'll get you that week access for free. Come in, we hang out. There's a bunch of bets that get posted, and we just talk about the slates and props and whatnot. But I got my bets to give out for week 2 of the NFL season, and here they are coming up right now. For the first bet of the slate, I've got James Robinson for over 48.5 rushing yards, a number that we have projected at 70.2, so the over winning 77% of the time. Good for 49% expected ROI in our model over at Odd Chopper, and looks like we're still recording here, so I'm doing much better than the first time I ran through these. But when it comes to James Robinson, he just looked really good last week and much better than I think any of us could have expected. So James Robinson coming off the devastating Achilles injury from a year ago, and returning last week. I think a lot of us probably downplayed how involved James Robinson could have been, especially with Etienne in the mix. Pretty much everybody expected Etienne to be the guy in the Jacksonville backfield. Just wasn't the case. It ended up being James Robinson, 11 carries for 66 yards. That's just really good results. And then also keep in mind, the final score was a game that Jacksonville lost 28-22. It does look like if there are games where they're up pretty significantly, it's going to be James Robinson as the guy grinding out the clock in the later stages of the games. And I think the Colts could be one of the more disappointing teams in the NFL this year. Matt Ryan, way old at this point. There was times last year where also he looked pretty washed up, but it was fair to say, is it because of Matt Ryan and his age himself? Or is it because he didn't have a lot of talent around him with the Falcons? I didn't think he looked too hot last week either, and that could be an issue going forward for Indianapolis. And then if they're just going to play teams like Jacksonville in closer games than we otherwise would have thought, then James Robinson with props at like 48.5 rushing yards, it just might not be high enough. So if James Robinson is able to replicate the role he played last week and be the workhorse type back for Jacksonville in terms of being the 1A to Etienne's 1B, I think we're looking at an over here. Our projections support it. So James Robinson over 48.5 rushing yards. Are you guys interested in free money? Do you want $200 for free without having to risk anything? If that's a yes from you, I've got an offer for you, because BetMGM, they've brought back their deal from last week. I don't really know exactly how long it's going to be around, so you should take advantage of this offer now, because if you sign up at BetMGM using the link below and you place a $10 bet on any NFL money line for this Sunday, the bet has to be placed on Sunday, they're going to give you $200 for free. That's it. This is the easiest way to make money in this industry. It's not always easy to win bets consistently. It's easy to collect free money. So one thing I will note about this, though, is last week they told us that this deal was only going to be around for last Sunday. It was only going to be a one-day offer. And now they've extended it to week 2. I honestly don't know how much longer it's going to be going on. But at the very least, we know it's going to be here for this week. So I think it is something you guys should take advantage of while we know it is here. So if you're interested in $200 free dollars, which I think you probably are, sign up at BetMGM using the link below. Place a $10 bet on an NFL money line this weekend, and they're going to give you $200 for free. The next bet I'm looking at is under 43.5 rushing yards.
Back, baby. Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Stokastic.com NFL Deeper Dive Week 2. We're back, baby. Doing it again. Running it back for the second of 18 weeks. I will say I'm dreading week 18 already, and it's still September because we're going to have 16 games. But today we got 12 because you got 2 Monday night football games. You got a Sunday night football game. We got a nice little slate ahead of us today. Some injuries, some storylines, a lot of good stuff. We're going to break everything down from a DFS standpoint. That's why you're here. I'm Dave Loughy at Loughy_D, LOUGHY_D on the Twitters. Hit your boy up. While you're there, shout out to Alex Baker. Say hello to him as well. He's with us. Awesomeo himself, one might say. What's going on, dude? Happy Sunday.
What's up, guys? Yeah, this one's looking pretty interesting. We got a lot of injuries that came through over the night and even throughout this morning, getting some late news. So it's feeling like we're in mid-season form already.
Man, I can't believe how much I like your Lions today. Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm crossing to the dark side, brother.
Oh man, I wouldn't bet the farm on it.
Well, farm is gone. And Jazz Raz DFS is where you find Ben Rasa over on Twitter. Jack of all trades, master of many. Is that a shirt that says bacon?
I really don't. I'm very selective with this shirt. This is my best ROI shirt for sure. I have a lot of success when I wear this shirt, but I'm feeling good. I'm healthy. I can speak this week. So I figure, you know what? Let's not even pull the punches. Let's go with my my top shirt that says just bacon.
Okay. It says just bacon or it just says bacon?
It just says bacon.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it said something on the back
Nope.
as well. Gotcha.
That's all we got.
All right. Any meaning or just you saw a shirt that said bacon and you said, I want that?
Neither. May got it for me, but she knew that she saw a shirt that said bacon and said, I love bacon. I mean,
now, do you like bacon? Like, do you personally love bacon?
Is that a serious question? Yeah, I have bacon all the time.
But you never make it yourself?
No, it's too dangerous. Too many oils. I can't be doing that.
I remember you tried to cook breakfast during quarantine.
Yeah. And then I had to go shirtless because the yolk exploded on me. I almost scalded myself. So there'll be no more cooking. That's why I'm ready to break down these lineups so I can hire hopefully a very expensive chef after we win $1 million here.
That's right. Hopefully we're cooking today.
Yes.
I see that.
I see what you did there.
I see what I did there too. Anyway, happy to have you guys with us. We got 2,400 people watching already. I mean, where else would you rather be on a Sunday morning? I can't think of anywhere. If you haven't done so yet, hit the thumbs up. We're at 618. We were around 600 when we got in here. So shout out to Josh and Adam, mostly Josh when it comes to that. I know he put the work in. We got to crush 1,000 likes today. It helps us greatly. If you like this type of stuff, you want to help support us, help us keep the lights on. That's the way to do it. More than anything, atone for your sins. Keep yourself out of eternal hellfire and damnation by taking 2 seconds to click that thumbs up. And if you hate the show, that's okay. Hit the thumbs down twice and subscribe to the channel as well. Also, you want to join, hit that join, get the free super chats each month, the custom emojis, the sweet badges, all that stuff. We got the survivor pool going on, all of that. So more than anything, let's just cruise past 1,000 likes today and make quick work of that. All right. So 12 games, lot to talk about. First one up, Alex, I'll go to you. Carolina and the New York Giants. So last week you saw, with Carolina at least, they're 1-point dogs here, 43.5 point total in New York or Jersey. The Giants get that come from behind win as big dogs in Tennessee against the Titans. The Carolina Panthers managed to, squander that game away at home in Baker Mayfield's debut against his former team. But he does still have Christian McCaffrey. His usage was kind of odd last week. Are you looking for that to go back to normal in week 2?
Well, I think anyone's guess at this point with Christian McCaffrey. His big red flag last week was he only got a 15% target share when last year over limited sample was at 33%. So, I definitely think he's going to average, or sorry, this is 15%. I can't read. So I think he's going to get more targets on average than he did last week. The other metrics, it looks like he got 53% of the rushing attempts last week, a little bit lower than we'd like to see, but it's only 1 week, so it's really hard to know what to expect going forward.
Yeah, it kind of is, Ben. And I mean, the one thing that I've seen in week 1 and even week 2 where pricing is sharper, there's no denying the pricing sharper than it is. It's always, it's always where they want it in week 1, so to speak. But it is sharper, but at the same time, you still have a lot of, and you and I talked about it on Tuesday, a lot of really good mid-range running backs. That isn't to say that Christian McCaffrey is wildly overpriced. I'm not saying that at all, but is he a priority for you today?
No, and it's because of that. You have to take the slate, the 12 games as a totality. He's a fine play. I think the price is pretty reasonable, but you've got, Saquon in this very game, who we'll talk about in a second, $1,600 less. And then as we go down, you have many, many backs that are 2K plus cheaper. So it's not just about McCaffrey. He certainly still has the ceiling. I know week 1 wasn't the best performance. I also respect Cleveland's defense a little bit. But I'm having a little trouble getting to him just because you've got Jonathan Taylor above him and a lot of backs below him.
What do you want to do with guys like DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson? Is this a game you're targeting even?
Not particular. It's a reasonable total. You see it there, 43.5. Pick'em, a pseudo pick'em spread. These are guys that I have no interest personally in the Baker stack. He was fine in week 1. I think if you're playing a lot of lineups in large field tournaments, you could look there because a guy like Robbie Anderson, he did score and just got the 100-yard bonus. So he kind of maxed out his points on 8 targets last week, but it's still an offense that could be trailing and throwing. Prices seem reasonable. It would be DJ Moore if I had to pick, but I'm not really looking to force these guys into my lineups.
All right. And Avi, Fournette or Cook on fan? I'm assuming you're talking about Dalvin Cook and you're playing like a Monday through Thursday, but yeah, if that's the question, Dalvin Cook for sure. The Eagles got gutted defensively last week by DeAndre Swift and by Jamal Williams. And Eric Traub, thank you for the super chat as always, brother. What's up, Mr. Man of the People, Caruso and Blankenship? Let's get it today. Throwing in something for everybody. Alex, do you want this passing game for the Panthers?
Yeah, Ben, sorry about your boy, by the way.
I know, it's a tough scene.
That was rough.
I had to hit the waiver wire for myself. Very tough scene.
With the Panthers, okay, so Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore both ran routes on 100% of plays last week, which is pretty amazing. Robbie Anderson looks like he could be kind of sneaky because I don't think he's on people's radars quite yet. But those are the two guys. Well, Shi Smith also, he ran routes on 83% of plays. He's not a name that has come up in fantasy before, so I think he's worth mentioning. He got only targeted on 10%. He only got 3 targets, but that kind of time on the field, anything can happen. So he's kind of an interesting alternative to some of the other cheap wide receivers this week.
All right. So when it comes to Saquon Barkley, Alex, I know his prices come up, but the usage we saw last week was phenomenal. The guys behind him, Matt Breida being your backup, it was very obvious, very evident that Brian Dable came into this game and said, if we don't have to throw a lot and we can just get Saquon Barkley the ball, that's what we're going to do. I mean, Daniel Jones threw 21 times in that game, 7 of them. So a third of his targets went to Saquon Barkley. And then Barkley got a ton of work on the ground as well. I know his prices come up. I know he's popular, but you've got a home matchup against the average at best Carolina defense today. Are you going right back to Barkley?
I think so. Yeah. The main thing that stood out to me last week was the target share, 30%. So he got, let's see, that's like 6 or 7 targets. So I wasn't expecting his target share to be so high with Daniel Jones because he does scramble quite a bit. And he also ran routes on 77% of dropbacks. So he looks like he's going to have a really solid role in the passing game, which is nice because he does split carries a little bit with Daniel Jones and Breida. So it's really that PPR points that you're going for.
What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I still think that, there's going to be a lot of guys where we talk about maybe like chasing week 1 and, are we kind of just trying to buyer's remorse if we didn't have him last week? I don't think that's the case with Saquon. He still has plenty of room in terms of pricing efficiency where he could be in the mid 8s by week 3 or week 4. He had 24 touches, 7 targets. They're a slight favorite. So this is a fine game script. And it just feels like as long as he's healthy, it's hard to imagine he doesn't have the opportunity. Now, will he fall in the end zone? Who knows? But in a game like this where they're not overmatched, it's really hard to not say at 7,300 he's still firmly in play.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at pricing pretty much everywhere, would you be shocked if Barkley, assuming that he stays healthy and continues with this type of usage? And I'm not trying to overreact to week 1, but this wasn't just a Rex. Oh wow, Rex Burkhead got a lot of work. This was a Saquon Barkley is healthy again. He was anticipated to be the clear bell cow back. This is something that we could see sustained throughout the season. Would you be shocked within a couple of weeks he's 9K?
That's what I'm saying. There's just so much room there. And this is a guy that, we've seen flashes of this when he's healthy, like an elite running back for fantasy purposes. So I get it. And looking at our tools, I think it kind of confirms that he definitely still has a ceiling at 7,300. It'll be popular, but it's warranted.
All right. Well, I think you look at this price now in ownership and you go, yeah, he's popular, but you might look at it a couple of weeks from now and go, wow, he was still really discounted at that price, even though his salary came up. What about the rest of this offense though, Ben? Low passing volume last game. Who knows if that continues this week? That might've just been how they look to beat Tennessee. It's a matchups thing. Kadarius Toney didn't get in the game till the 4th quarter. There's some questionable players on this team right now. Do you want to look towards a passing game or is it Barkley or bust for you?
It's mostly Barkley or bust. I mean, you've got a guy like Richie James. If you're in a pinch and you think that Toney's role doesn't change, he's 3,200. Saw a healthy amount of work, 6 targets, 5 for 59 last week. If he can get around that opportunity, I think he makes a lot of sense. It's just kind of that, what is the deal with Kadarius Toney? It looks like he's going to play, but he barely played last week with just a handful of snaps. So it's somewhat crowded and there's really no priority order. I'm not sure. I can't imagine going to Galladay. Shepard seems reasonable, but there's other guys in that price point I'd prefer.
Are you getting to the passing game, Alex, for the Giants?
Yeah, I'm getting to Richie James. I think he's pretty interesting because of the playing time he got last week and the price. He was out there 70% of the time. Maybe correlates a little bit negatively with Toney being possibly getting more workload, but I think it's worth taking a shot at the price there. But the amount of time each of these guys is on the field is just not significant enough aside from him at that price point to consider.
All right, let me stick with you here, and we got to start. Whenever we're talking about the New York Jets, we got to start with Alex because there's always something going on. You've got the Jets at Cleveland, 6.5-point dogs. Remarkably, Joe Flacco threw 59 times last game, and they scored 9 points. Unbelievable. 6 of which were in garbage time. 59 pass attempts, 5.2 yards per attempt. Brutal game. And now you're facing a Cleveland defense that's pretty damn good on all facets of the defense. Are there any ways that you can look at this and justify a Michael Carter or Breece Hall or anyone in the passing game? Or is this a stay away spot for you?
Well, I think, you could play Michael Carter or Breece Hall potentially, but definitely kind of bottom of the priority list for me. The main thing is just Joe Flacco is not very good. And I think at this point, if he struggles in this game, he might get benched. I think the fans are like cheering for Mike White.
Mike
last
White,
time.
baby. Oh, yeah,
So,
I'm with it.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe like the best way to get exposure to this is bet the under on Joe Flacco props. So that'd be the direction I would go. But yeah, as far as DFS, let's see, what is Conklin? Nah, he's not really playable either. So no, nothing here.
What about you, Ben?
Yeah, it's so hard when you have such limited TD equity. And we already saw, like, when you look at week 1, that's almost beyond the ceiling in terms of volume of what you could hope for these passing weapons. Like, they got more than their fair share of opportunities. And not that they were terrible, guys like Carter and Breece Hall, but you can't say, okay, well, Flacco's going to be throwing the ball 60 times a game, and this is what we can expect. What happens if he only throws it 33 times today? There's going to be a big problem. I will say, I don't really get the spread, -6.5. I do have the Browns on the card, and I really think that they kind of just roll at home today. I know it's a low total. I just don't think the Jets right now are in a position to really cause much of a problem for anybody.
I know you mentioned it could be a trap spot, and I think our brains just go there because the lines don't make sense to us. So it's like a what am I missing type situation. I got the Browns at 5.5 on Wednesday.
Anything under 7 to me is looking at OddsShopper, you can find 6.5s everywhere. Like I'm just on Cleveland in this spot. I think the Jets are basically a throwaway.
All right, so then let me stick with this for a second, Ben, because you have Cleveland, touchdown favorites at home against a bad Jets team that can't move the football, and then defensively, they gave up three deep touchdowns to Lamar Jackson. Granted, Jacoby Brissett is not Lamar Jackson, and the weapons in the passing game aren't exactly spectacular. But it was interesting, at least, to say, especially at his current price point, that you have someone in Donovan Peoples-Jones, an old DPJ, 32% target share last week is pretty significant.
He's someone that last week on the show, Alex actually mentioned, and he got me onto him 11 targets. He had a lot of opportunity against Carolina, and the price has held steady. Great matchup. The game script late, maybe there won't be massive volume, but I like him as a tournament flyer. So even though it's not the best environment, I think it's one of the worst games to stack, probably the worst, with a 39-point total. DPJ on the outside, I think certainly belongs in the player pool.
Me too. Are you targeting the run game though?
Kind of like the Jets in some ways, just like a better version. You have two guys that are obviously, they can coexist, but they really cannibalize each other's ceilings, because I think both are reasonably going to get those opportunities. You need to run pretty hot with the TDs. I get it. I just don't have a ton to say. I think I would target Chubb if I had to pick one, just because, he's got the edge on the ground volume, and I don't think they're going to trail that often in this spot, but it does make it tough with Kareem Hunt, obviously a factor.
What about you, Alex? This whole Cleveland offense today, any value here?
Yeah, Donovan Peoples-Jones is somewhat interesting. It's I was kind of on Amari Cooper last week and in best ball, but he didn't get any target share, and Donovan Peoples-Jones got a ton. So that was kind of worrisome for us Amari Cooper fans, but he's someone that I think the talent's worth taking a shot on a little bit. So it's really those two guys and Nick Chubb for me.
All right. So I think I asked you this on Tuesday, Ben, about New England as we move to the Patriots and Pittsburgh game here. You got the Patriots 3-point favorites now. Okay, so that's moving.
Yeah, they're
40.5 point. What's that?
Yeah, they're taking money, New England.
Yeah, for sure. That was 1.5 earlier in the week on the road. Yep. 40.5 points. So the Patriots, they could win this game and it wouldn't shock me. I think the biggest issue is or the biggest question mark would be, where do you want to go? If any, like, okay, split backfield, Damian Harris, Ramondre Stevenson. We still don't really know how this is going to shake out. At least I don't. You have Jacoby Myers, Devontae Parker, Nelson Aguilar, Hunter Henry, none of whom really inspire much confidence in you on a week-to-week basis. And then you had Mac Jones last week, who was dealing with back spasms, should be good, but he looked terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me. They're the favorites. I kind of expect them. And so even though I lean to Pittsburgh personally, the books are saying that New England should win this game a little more than Pittsburgh does. I just don't know if that translates into great fantasy production. And when you mentioned the backfield's very crowded, I'm not looking to kind of pay, 5,500, 6K over on FanDuel for a guy like Damian Harris. Jacoby Myers is in that same price range on both sites. I get it, but I just don't see a lot here. It feels like this could be a pretty ugly game. And just the way the Patriots are constructed right now, I'm taking more of a wait and see approach. I'm not sold on Mac Jones here. I'm not looking to target him in stacks. So for that reason, I'm pretty out on New England today.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be out on New England most days. This not being an exception. Alex, do you have anything here that you think could be an exception to the rule when it comes to the Patriots?
Well, I think that with Ty Montgomery out, that's a little bit of a bump to Harris and Stevenson, but not enough for them to be like really great DFS options. And then I'm kind of bullish on the passing game for New England. Like, I was looking into the stats today, and Mac Jones has averaged more than 7 yards per pass attempt, even going back last year and then in the first game, which is a pretty competent figure. So I think that they might be better than people think. And I think you could throw in a couple Mac Jones lineups into like a Millie Maker or something, get some Myers and probably Hunter Henry to go with them. So there's a little bit of value here, but not a ton.
And I guess the one argument you could make, right, is if you were to run something like that, it's going to be one of the cheapest possible stacks you have, and you can just load up everywhere else.
Yeah, that's always the idea, is like, if you go with a cheap stack, like even though the projection is not usually high, the correlation can kind of get you there. So that's kind of the thought behind going cheap at your stack.
Hey, by the way, I saw somebody in chat ask about the MGM link, the MGM promo, the bet 10 to win 200, directing to the college football landing page. It is right now. It's supposed to switch back, so I'll keep an eye on that. My guess is it switches back very shortly. So I'll pay attention if I see it that it does, or if someone lets me know, I'll be sure to let you know as well, because it's the best offer in sports books right now for sure. But they switched it over to college football for Friday and Saturday. And then it should be switching back to NFL for today, where you bet either team money line and get $200. So I will let you know throughout the show. I promise. I forget who asked, but I got you. All right. Pittsburgh, Alex. I know that Naji Harris is dealing with some injuries here. You know, that Liz Frank kind of aggravated it, had x-rays, this and that, but he's $6,200. I mean, hey, in Rainmakers, this guy is a superstar, right? So, which kind of sucks that some of these guys are, because then you can't play them in certain lineups, like with Jonathan Taylor, whatever. You know, something like CeeDee Lamb's a superstar, kind of a waste.
Yeah.
But anyway, Naji Harris today, his price point is really not prohibitive at all. I mean, he's arguably very cheap.
Yeah, don't even get me started on Rainmakers, but yeah,
Why?
Naji. Oh, I don't know. Like, I think it's fun, honestly. Like, I don't have a very strong take. I've been putting in some like garbage players into their like pack contests and getting some packs. So I didn't realize those guys would have any value. So that was kind of a nice treat.
I was shocked when I woke up and saw all the packs in the account. Oh, I didn't expect this. Yeah, for sure. But that's a story for another time. Anyway, Steelers.
So I think I kind of liked what I saw from the Steelers last week. Obviously, they had that overtime game, so they're kind of a wild one. But let me pull up the stats. I think the bottom line, Naji Harris is kind of an interesting contrarian play because there's so much chalk at running back today. And then stacking up Trubisky, like he didn't look terrible in that opener, so I think there could be something to that.
Harris is essentially the same price as Kareem Hunt and, Ezekiel Elliott and Eli Mitchell and James Robinson for all intents and purposes, within a couple of $100 on FanDuel, Ben, as well. So you're not paying a premium for him anywhere.
No, and there's definitely some concerns. You mentioned the foot. It looks like he's going to be good to go. And then there's just when we zoom out on the season with Trubisky, how many scenarios in certain games is Naji really going to rack up the passing yards? He had, only a pair of targets. Now he did get banged up in that week 1, but he wasn't destined for 10 targets or anything like that. So it may be where you have to kind of decipher amongst the sites where you want to go. I think he makes sense, in certain spots, but he's still in a very crowded range. At the top of the show, we talked about Christian McCaffrey, and we were saying how many backs a couple $1,000s cheaper there are. And that's the same story for Naji. He's competing with 5+ guys at the same price point for those roster spots.
Do you like Deontay Johnson or Pat Freiermuth, or I don't want to say Chase Claypool, but I guess the one argument I could make if I were trying to, play devil's advocate against somebody saying you can't target them would be that I don't really think Trubisky's a considerable downgrade from Roethlisberger, but with Roethlisberger, you knew that he was going to Deontay Johnson on 30% of his passes. So, and you knew that he had just DGAF mentality late in the season when he knew it was coming to an end. So while I think on a can they win games standpoint, it's not that big of a difference. I don't know if we know that yet from a fantasy perspective.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And honestly, I know it doesn't look great, but I'm not totally out on Chase Claypool. They try. I think they're still showing that they have a priority to get him the ball. He went full Debo. He had 6 carries in that game and 6 targets. I mean, if you're going to tell me he's touching the ball upwards of 10+ times, even if it's a distribution of a couple carries in there, sub 5K over on DraftKings, I'm fine with that. I don't see, the ceiling can be there even on a team that has a pretty methodical offense, and even a team that has, I think, real question marks still.
Anything else on Pittsburgh, Alex?
Just they did run the ball at a much higher rate in game 1 than they had with Ben Roethlisberger at QB. So I'm expecting a little bit more of a rushing offense for Pittsburgh. But last year, they were so bad at rushing that maybe if it doesn't get going at all, they'll just keep going back to passing a ton. So even though they're not very efficient, there's some upside there.
Miami, Baltimore. By the way, over 3,000 people watching. Hit that thumbs up for us. Greatly appreciated. Helps us. We're almost at 800. We're going to cruise past 1,000. We got another hour to go here. But, in the event that you forgot, subtle reminder, subtle command, maybe. Just go ahead, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. I know plenty of you guys are probably new to this channel. So if you are and you like it, welcome. Come join us and get us up to 1,000 likes. All right. Ben, Miami, Baltimore. I know you and I had, kind of different thoughts on this game from a betting perspective. You definitely are more confident in Baltimore than I am. I have some worries about the secondary, the line. J.K. Dobbins is out again, but I'm not really worried about that. Miami, however, we haven't really seen this team yet function, over the course of outside of one game against New England with, Tyreek Hill, with Jalen Waddle, with Chase Edmonds. It's a completely new look offense under Mike McDaniel, no less. Do you think there's value in targeting this passing game today, potentially stacking them against Baltimore defense that just lost Kyle Fuller for the season? They're shorthanded at cornerback, or are you staying away?
So I guess I'm going to kind of split the difference. I do think there is some opportunities here because we simply don't know. This team could be the real deal, and they've got a lot of weapons they're trying to integrate, and it's a competitive spread. And Baltimore's secondary, I mean, you look, it's, they allowed 5 yards per pass attempt in week 1. That's fantastic. They played the Jets. That doesn't mean anything. This is a different level of opponent. Baltimore is at home. I do like Baltimore in the game, but that doesn't preclude going to Tua, and certainly Tyreek on both sides has got that ceiling upside, in the 7s or flat 8s. So I'm okay with that. The backfield, I'm still a little not skeptical is not the right word. I still want to see kind of what Mostert ultimately becomes in terms of that, breakdown. So I'm not going to chase Edmonds, but I still think there's a case to talk about the Dolphins today.
Okay. I will be paying. I do think this is one of those spots, and you don't always have to pay attention to injuries on every team outside of the offense always. But I would definitely say that when it comes to this team specifically, I want to be to the Baltimore Ravens, at least, Alex. I do want to be paying attention to this injury report today. And hopefully we get it sooner than later, because I'm just looking at some of the players here that we're talking about. Marlon Humphrey, questionable. Marcus Peters practicing, but questionable. You have no Kyle Fuller. So if all of these guys play, I like Miami passing game a whole lot less than I would if, both of them or one of them is out.
Yeah, definitely. Miami's passing game is pretty intriguing because with Tyreek Hill on the squad, obviously they went and spent a lot to get him in a trade, and he had a 38% target share in week 1 when he was on the field. I don't necessarily think those two aren't correlated. So I think it's a little bit early to know for sure, but Tyreek Hill is very interesting. And then the other guy is not nearly as interesting. I'd say like Jalen Waddle, his target share was way down from last year in game 1 from 22.5 to 18%. Obviously correlated with Tyreek Hill being up, but still. And then Gesicki just didn't get very many snaps. So the only guy on Miami aside from Tyreek I'm looking at is Chase Edmonds, who was pretty clearly the lead back in week 1.
Alex, there's a question for you from Scarecrow Super Chat. Alex, what's the rationale between not using a run back in an underdog quarterback stack like Tua here? So I guess saying if you're stacking a dog with Miami, is there rationale behind not running it back with someone from the favored team on the other side?
Yeah, I think this must be in response to some advice I've been giving out, because I think that is something I preach, that the bigger of an underdog the team is, the less you need the run back. And that's especially true in this case, because like the logistics of what goes into your lineup matter a ton. So like, since Lamar Jackson could have a huge game and keep Miami having to throw a ton, like you can't roster Lamar and Tua in the same lineup, right? So any team that has a rushing quarterback, I'm less likely to run it back. Mark Andrews, though, is a very good play. So it's not that I'm avoiding putting a guy like Mark Andrews in my lineup if I have Tua, but I don't think it's something I'm going to go out of my way for.
Just not, you don't have to. Yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And Ben, when I'm looking at Baltimore, I'm always willing to go with like a Lamar, Mark Andrews skinny stack here. To me, the one thing that really stood out from last week, I think we talked about it on the betting show, Lamar Jackson led the league in deep attempts in week 1. He threw 8 balls, 20 plus yards downfield. Three touchdown passes came on deep balls. So I'm certainly not saying Devin Duvernay is going to have 2 of them this week. And I think you probably want to keep that in mind. But Lamar Jackson, or I'm sorry, Mark Andrews is dominant. You have Rashad Bateman as well. I have a lot of respect for this Miami secondary, but I also, whenever I can get like a Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews stack, just knowing the ceiling on that, especially with his upside running the ball and his affinity for getting the ball to Mark Andrews, I'm always on board with something like that. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, Lamar is one of the guys that, like, every time he's on the slate, you have to at least consider it, because he can do things that basically none of the other quarterbacks can do. He can tap into a 100-yard bonus that, there's only a couple other guys can get, and Hurts isn't even on the slate. So I look at that. He did no running against the Jets, and I think that's something I've always tried to preach with Lamar. In games where they're in full control, his ceiling is firmly impacted because he doesn't run as much. And in a game like this, 3.5-point spread, we could see Lamar very, very busy on the ground. You've got Andrews at 6,400, 7,400 over on FanDuel. Very solid price there. I mean, this is just a team I think worth considering. You don't have a ton of options down the salary. Like a guy, I mean, this is a different show for a different time. I think Isaiah Likely is going to be awesome in time, but he's not there yet. So you don't have that many options for Baltimore, but the ones you do, I think, are very solid.
And Alex, we don't really need to be targeting the run game for Baltimore, right?
Well, with Dobbins out, Kenyon Drake is an interesting fantasy play. He's only 4,800 on DraftKings and 5,600 on FanDuel. And he got a significant workload in week 1. Okay, so he got 52% of the carries. He's out there running routes on 43% of plays. Like, the only question mark is they just don't throw a ton to running backs in Baltimore. And that was true for Drake in week 1. So I'm not expecting a ton of targets, but I still think he's a pretty solid play at the price.
Okay. What about the passing game? What about Lamar? Any stacking here? What would your strategy be generally with Baltimore in the passing game and with Lamar?
I think that he's not usually a guy I prefer because, like, the tricky part about Lamar is he gets a ton of his fantasy production from running, and teams that are ahead tend to run less. So it kind of creates a ceiling for your lineup unless Miami is just dominating. But I think that he's always a good play, and Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews are fine stack pairings for him.
Ben, favorite plays from this game?
I mean, I think it's this is a game, I think it's pretty obvious. I don't see a lot of like against the grain plays. It would be Tyreek on the Dolphin side, as most people would agree. And then I think it would be Lamar and Andrews, as most people would agree.
Okay. Alex was talking about props earlier. We have the player prop tool. We have Odd Shopper, where we literally just give you all of the best. It's free, entirely free. You just have to create a free account. You could shop odds from every single book at the touch of your finger. You have to do none of the work. If you're doing that already, or if you plan on doing that, take advantage of it at no house advantage, because all of the props there, number one, are static. They don't move, which is massive. When you're getting on props that they don't have, none of these props have juice on either side. There's just taking the over or the under, right? You can compare them against all of the tools that we have, against all of the odds at other sharper books, and win a lot of money doing so. I know Jordan Frank was second place for the first place was 10K. He was first place all the way up until that final Justin Herbert touchdown pass on 4th down with a busted rib cage the other day. Did you see that?
That strike he threw before the Palmer touchdown was just absurd.
I know it was. I was shocked because he forgot to run past the first down yard. Like, his brain malfunctioned. It melted because of the pain.
Yeah. And then he threw a straight laser.
A dart on 4th and then another 4th down. But yeah, no house advantage. It's sick. First of all, you have the play-in pick'em contest versus other people. Shot of winning $150,000 in cash. But you're building lineups with props. Okay. It's the same thing you would do at any other DFS site, except in this case, there's no salary. You're just building lineups against the field as you would everywhere else. And there's no juice. You're taking the over under. The ones you like the most go at the top. They get the most points. The props you're least confident in go at the bottom. They get the fewest points. As Ben always says, they're static. They don't change. Not to mention you have football, basketball, baseball, hockey, PGA, MMA, NASCAR, all of that. There's going to be overlay. There's for sure going to be overlay this week as well, which is essentially free money to take advantage of. And more than anything, if you sign up using the link below, first match deposit bonus of $25. So check it all out. We got essentially everything you need to win. We got the no house advantage projections over there as well. They're still free. Yeah, everything you need to win over there. Take advantage of it. Diversify, right? Some people say, oh, I haven't been good at DFS, but I've been crushing no house advantage. All right, take advantage of it. Win some money. NoHouseAdvantage.com or download it in the App Store. All right, let's keep going here. Alex, I'll go to you. Indy and Jacksonville. This is a huge game for me and a really interesting one at that, because Michael Pittman's absence is, a huge trickle-down effect here. You have Jonathan Taylor, obviously a good play if you want to pay a massive premium for him. But in the passing game, this is where it gets weird. You don't just have him out, Pittman out, but you also have no Alec Pierce. So that's going to leave us with, Ashton Doolin, who we actually saw have a couple games last year. Paris Campbell, who has yet to develop any connection with Matt Ryan that I've seen, and then guys that most people have never heard of.
Yeah, so I think that Indiana, it's definitely an interesting spot because you got some guys that are going to be on the field that are just out of nowhere. They haven't produced. So Paris Campbell is probably the easiest one to call out as a good option because he's kind of done it before. He had 82% of the snaps last week. So that's a great sign. And they did call up Kiki Kuti from the practice squad. He's been like a high kind of prospect in the past, but he plays the slot like Campbell, so I don't expect him to really factor in a ton. But Ashton Doolin's the other guy to feel confident in. He's the only other wideout that actually got routes in last week's game. So that's enough to take a look, and don't feel great about it, but he's dirt cheap. So it's definitely a dart throw.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't mind Doolin in a spot like this, Ben. I don't think any of these guys are going to inspire a lot of confidence in you, but he's essentially minimum salary. He's the same price. Doolin's the same price as Richie James. Yep. And I know that if ideally the Colts are going to look to run the football as much as they can. I get that. And you also have Nyheim Hines, who you can use pretty extensively in the passing game, but Doolin was tied for second in targets last week. And the funny thing is he only ran 14 routes. So do we see his route participation increase considerably with Pittman and Alec Pierce out? The answer to that is a resounding yes. And do we see that translate into even more targets because of how often he was targeted when he was actually on the field? That's what I'm curious to know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're kind of trying to decipher here. And it seems like that's the answer. And this isn't a game where
Campbell only had 4 targets on 44. Sorry, but Campbell only had 4 targets last game, just to throw that out there.
And it seems like, Paris Campbell is not the type of guy, to me. It doesn't mean that I think you can't play him, but when injuries occur, to me, it doesn't really impact what he's doing per se. Like his role is kind of his role on the inside. It reminds me a little of Tyler Boyd in some ways when we talk about the Bengals, but this is an opportunity. I think the biggest difference for me, this is not last year where games like this, Indy was 10, 12, 14 point favorite over Jacksonville. And it's like, well, they're not going to have to throw realistically. Now they ended up disgracing themselves in this very game. That's another show for another time, but this is a 3-point spread. This is a game where it's not even remotely impossible that they're down and throwing. And Jacksonville, I mean, say what you want about Carson Wentz, but Jacksonville was not great last week. 7.4 yards allowed per pass attempt. That's, bottom 10 in the league to start the season. Matt Ryan could have some success. So if you're looking for a pay down option, I think you can go to Doolin and you can go to Campbell if you want to save that salary.
And this is down from the 4.5 too. Now there's a 4.5.
Yeah, Jacksonville's taking the money.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, Tyler, if you get these super chats, can you screenshot and DM them to me so I don't miss any of them? All right. Jorge, what's up, dude? Which teams will you allow to have a 3-man stack today? I think there's a number of them, Alex, that you could 3-man stack and feel pretty decent about.
Definitely. Yeah. I think 3-man stacking is never a bad idea. It's generally a positive if there's enough like good plays on a team to make it work, which in most cases isn't true, but some of the teams I might consider would be like Vegas and Rams, where the quarterbacks like pass a ton, they don't really rush, so that's a benefit for stacking more players.
And they don't throw a ton to their running backs either.
Yeah, definitely. So it's like the hardest part is finding 3 good plays on the same team.
Right. Yeah, Vegas for me would be my favorite. Ben, I think you could still go. I don't know. You want to go with Russell, with Wilson, Judy, and Sutton? I have no issues with that. I think you could probably do it with Arizona. There's a lot of them that you could do and feel pretty good about this week.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's really just a lineup construction and depending on the tournament too. But there's most teams, I would say, if you're stacking, you're actually going to be considering a 3-man stack at least.
Yeah. WS member for 7 months using the free super chat. Won $500 last week. Profit. Let's keep it going. Thanks. Congrats, man. Love to see it. Ben, I'll ask you. Anthony super chatted. I know you have the website where it compares the players and it's great. Yeah. Our player compare tool, entirely free. If you're a hand builder and you don't want to super chat, you can do 1v1s, 2v2s. We give you the projections. We give you the ownership. We give you everything you need to make those tough decisions leading up to lock for NFL, and it's free right now. So yes, Anthony, you are absolutely correct. If you're a hand builder, this is a tool that's 100% good. We build it with you guys in mind. It's awesome. But he said, I'd still love to hear your commentary on who's better. Pick one, please. No problem. Thanks for the super chat. Edmonds and Michael. Okay, so this is just a one of three. Edmonds, Michael Carter, or Curtis Samuel, Ben? Have fun with that.
I think I'd go Curtis Samuel. First of all, running back is really, really deep this week. I know the Lions are favored in this game, but I think the Washington's going to have a lot of success. It feels a little chasey, but for me, we talked about Michael Carter and what the Jets might face. Edmonds is getting a real role against Baltimore. I get it. It's pretty close, but I would go Curtis Samuel. Okay.
And then Jackie with a super chat. This channel info is top notch and fire tools as well. Thanks for the great content. Also, Loughy, GOAT. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate you. And then Alex, last one. Gary, Higgins, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DJ Moore, Gibson. Okay, so you have to bench one of Gibson. It's a DFS job, but that's okay. Happy to answer. He did super chat us. Thanks, Gary. Gibson, DJ Moore, St. Brown, or Higgins?
Oh, okay.
Kind of tough.
That's a stacked team.
Close your eyes
I
and
guess
just pick one.
Let me look at the projections real quick. Antonio Gibson's at 15. DJ Moore is at 14.5. Amon-Ra Brown's at 15.9. So I guess I'd bench DJ Moore.
Okay, but it's all very close for sure. Yeah. All right, thanks guys. Appreciate all of that. And we're 70 away from 1,000 likes here, so that should be that's easy. I mean, just lock it up right now. All right, Alex, Jonathan Taylor. We have to kind of reconcile the spot that he's in and with no Pittman and the salary that you're paying for him. How are you doing that today?
I think he's worth playing, for sure. Definitely tougher to get to today. And there are some expensive wide receivers I like, but with all the receivers out for Indy, it stands to reason there could be a lot of rushing in this game. And Jonathan Taylor has been known to get 30 rushing attempts on some weeks. So the upside here is massive. The optimal lineup construction kind of steers you in a different direction this week. So, but can't really knock the play.
Okay. All right, Ben, Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when you talk about a guy like that, it goes beyond, obviously, is he playable? Yes. If I had the money, would I play him? Yes. Is it, as Alex just alluded to, kind of how my lineup, the opportunity cost is felt in a lot of different directions. So it's a little more complicated than that. But, he had 35 touches last week. That game went to overtime because they tied. He's going to get a lot of work regardless of the scenario here. So it would be a luxury spend if I was making, one lineup or in my 3 maxes. I don't think I'm going to be able to force him in, but it's more because of the expensive wide receivers that I really want to target and running back being so deep as we talked about earlier.
All right. Okay. So last week we saw Carson Wentz, like you said, some really tight windows. I thought the coverage was better, but he got picked off twice. Whatever. It's Carson Wentz. The fact of the matter is here with Travis Etienne and James Robinson in the backfield. Robinson got more work than a lot of people expected. Christian Kirk feels like, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, the one certainty in this offense where each week you pretty much assume that he's going to be involved and not lagging far behind. Whereas Etienne was efficient, but his workload was far behind what a lot of people might have expected. Ben.
I'm sorry, one more time.
I'm saying with this offense, Christian Kirk feels like the one guy that you can pretty much rely on each week to see a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's 1 week, but it does seem pretty clear that, this backfield, we already heard reports this morning, kind of a timeshare once again. It doesn't seem like anyone's emerging to take firm control. Marvin Jones will have his days. I have no doubt about that. But as you kind of said, Christian Kirk, 12 targets in a crazy game that they should have covered, possibly won. this is another game where they are dogs at home. It should be there for Lawrence. I expect him to be effective today. And it's hard to think that if Lawrence has a day or has the volume, that Christian Kirk at minimum doesn't see a boatload of targets to justify that tag.
Yeah. Do you like any notion of a stack here, Alex, where Ben's shaking his head? Yes. So we could go to both, but where you're, I don't know, stacking Jacksonville and running it back with a Jonathan Taylor, or running it. It feels sketchy running it back with a Doolin or a Paris Campbell. So how would you approach this if you're stacking the Jags?
Yeah, I think that Christian Kirk is certainly a great option. The one thing I'd say, they just the Jags haven't really been very good at passing since last year. So I'm kind of waiting to see if they can step up their game this year. In week 1, Trevor Lawrence only averaged 6.5 yards per pass, which is below average pretty significantly. But you got some decent targets here. Marvin Jones, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, and Evan Ingram all had a great share of routes. So I don't think any of them aside from Christian Kirk really stand out a ton, but I feel confident in kind of mixing and matching those guys.
Evan Ingram, music to Ben's ears over here, man.
Of course. Can't keep that guy down. It only took 5 years. Now he's found his niche.
Has he?
No. But at the same time, I mean, he'll have his days. And I do think Jacksonville is a pretty interesting team. Not my preferred stack. And I always, first thing I do is go to our top stacks tool. And certainly they didn't jump off the screen at all. But at the same time, they weren't buried either. And I think they're one of the low type stacks that if you get them right in a low percentage play, you're not going to be surrounded by a lot of people that also go there.
Okay. So how would you be stacking? How would you stack this game if Trevor Lawrence is at quarterback for you?
So certainly, I think, you're going to put Kirk in there more often than not. Then you can attach, I guess you go one of the running backs. I wouldn't do that. I'd probably go Marvin Jones or Ingram and then pick either pay down wide receiver, so I spend up elsewhere, or say Jonathan Taylor's going to run through Jacksonville. He's going to have 35 carries and Trevor Lawrence is going to have to keep pace. That's the other way I'd do it.
Okay. Let's talk about Tampa and New Orleans. I tell you, man, this has been a tough go for Tom Brady in the past, Alex. We get it. We don't want to, focus on the past, but 4 of his 9 losses in the regular season with the Bucs have come against the Saints. He's 0-4 against the Saints. He did beat them in the postseason one game, but in the regular season, 0-4. Dennis Allen's done a good job as defensive coordinator. He's now their head coach. You assume that, they'll plan things similarly. And the Bucs, what's interesting to me is Chris Godwin is out. Their offensive line, go look at this offensive line, right? With Donovan Smith and so much more that was already banged up and had a lot of young guys in there. There's some questions for sure, but in that same breath, it's Tom Brady. And if you end up having, Mike Evans, Leonard Fournette, Julio Jones, Russell Gage, all of whom are questionable, by the way, on the field, he's still going to have plenty of options to get the ball to if you're looking towards Tampa. What are you doing with Brady and the Bucs?
Yeah, they're the over-under in this game is pretty alarming, where Tampa, it looks like they're only projected for a 23-point team total, which I guess it speaks to the quality of both defenses here. So this isn't as good to stack up as your average Brady game, but I think that Julio and Russell Gage both have decent price tags, and Mike Evans had a really good week 1 target share. So there's some reasons to be encouraged here. But the guy that's really standing out is Fournette, just because of the price. And, he's got a pretty good share of the work. It looks like Gio Bernard didn't play at all in week 1. It was mostly Fournette with a little bit of Rashad White. So I think we're going to see a lot of Fournette today.
I actually do have some interest, and obviously these guys have to be on the field. Ben, I know that most of them did return to practice Friday, which was encouraging. But if Julio plays and he's not limited or anything, I have zero problem taking some shots on him in large field tournaments. I think just with Tom Brady at the helm, given all of these salaries and the fact that Chris Godwin is out, Don't you think you could make a decent argument for any of these guys in GPPs?
I do, but on the same kind of notion, I think that it's hard to confidently deploy any of them because they're all sporting Q tags. So like there is a risk reward, and even Fournette, I like Fournette today. I'm a little worried, like it's a hamstring. All it takes is one little flare up and he's like, he needs the volume. I think that Brady's going to try to get the ball out quickly, and we know how fast Fournette can rack up the PPR receptions, particularly on DraftKings, where that really helps you. So I get it. It's just all of these guys have legitimate concerns because A, it's not a good matchup. New Orleans always plays Tampa tough. It's in the dome, and they're all a little banged up. So I'm not running away from them, but it's hard to say this is the guy all systems go.
Is there an all systems go guy for you on New Orleans or anywhere in this game? And obviously we're waiting on Alvin Kamara too, his status.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even seen a clear. I was under the impression that Kamara is not going to play.
Okay. Okay.
But regardless,
he's not expected to play, but you never know.
Yeah, I think that someone like Landry, who is going to get the volume, can work underneath. It's Jameis. The volume easily could be there, but it's just, I respect Tampa's defense. I do. And I think this game kind of plays to this total. So maybe a one-off here and there with Michael Thomas and Landry are still sitting sub 6K over on DraftKings, and they're both reasonably priced over on FanDuel as well, but not guys that I'm really saying I'm going to build around them this week.
What about you on this side of the game, Alex? Because it's not like they don't have a lot of weapons to get the ball to as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, New Orleans with Kamara likely out, like Ingram is always intriguing. There was a beat writer speculating that he's a little banged up, so Tony Jones is going to get a decent amount of work today too. So I think Ingram is kind of like a lower tier option today. But I mean, I think you can expect there's going to be a lot of passing from Tampa today because teams that play the Bucs, it's like a pass funnel defense. So there's a lot of passing attempts. So I'm willing to take shots on anyone who's catching the ball today. Mostly Michael Thomas, but Juwan Johnson at tight end and Jarvis Landry also reasonable options.
Okay. Favorite plays from this game, Alex?
Like Fournette definitely. Right? And then maybe Juwan Johnson, just because he's a name that no one's probably thinking about, but he was on the field for 79% of dropbacks last week. So pretty solid.
All right. Dave Jones with a super chat asks, Alex, what is your favorite game stack in tournaments? And we'll rip through these real quick because we still got a bunch of games to get to.
Well, Las Vegas versus Arizona, that's definitely a great one. And I'd say Vegas versus Arizona just because both offenses are really strong.
That's mine as well. Edmonds or Renfro and flex, Ben?
Renfro. I know his volume was down, but it's such a good game, and I still think he has a real role to play on that team.
I agree. Kareem Hunt, Ezekiel Elliott, or Mark Ingram? Either one of you guys want to just shoot something out. Kareem Hunt, Ezekiel Elliott, or Mark Ingram?
That's actually kind of tougher than I would think. So usually be Zeke, but with Cooper Rush at QB, maybe Ingram.
Okay.
Yeah, not my favorite I would honestly try to find a different option.
He said full PPR. My guess is it's a
season long
league. Yeah, that's my guess.
Then I'd probably say Hunt.
Yeah. And then Justin, Mixon or Chubb, and is Granson worth a punt? Mixon or Chubb, Ben?
Mixon. And I do think if you're looking, Alex just mentioned Juwan Johnson. I think the Colts tight end as well is a reason. We just don't know where that volume is going to be. Right. So he's that Grayson guy as a YOLO, like very cheap tight end, allows you some extra funds.
All right, let's keep going here then, fellas. Stokastic Hall of Fame. I have to do this. I got to shout out our people because if I don't, they'll come for my head. And it's fun because we had monster winners all week long. If you want to get involved, get on the Hall of Fame, get it inducted into the Hall of Fame, go to stokastic.com, Stokastic with a K, by the way, /avatar. When you do that, okay, you download it, use it at FanDuel, DraftKings, Yahoo, wherever it is, no house advantage. And if you finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more, tweet your wins at Stokastic HOF. Win a free month of Stokastic plus Platinum. Every single thing on the site. Massive value there. And get inducted into the Hall of Fame. That's what we're all here for, right? So, yeah, join the family around here. Neil Orfield crushed it. I mean, this guy just a showdown slayer. Neil's on a ton of our shows. 92,000 in the showdown there. Monster. Congrats, Neil. Keep them coming. And then here it is. Here's this one from, I believe that's the same lineup, right? Yeah, same lineup. 92,000 on Monday night Thursday night football. Everyone loves Neil, and we're happy for him. How about that stunner? You know him, Alex, right? See, I don't actually know who he is, but apparently you're friends with him.
Yeah, Matt, he's an awesome guy. We go way back, and he's been a DFS grinder for a while. He appeared on High Stakes last season to check it out, and
nice.
week 1 it was exceptional for him. He won that juggernaut on FanDuel for $1 million bucks, so that was awesome.
He wins a lot for sure. And then Samuel coming in with the PGA stuff from a few weeks ago, but he didn't hit us up until this week. Another $1 million win with the avatar. You got the Colts, Steve Buzzer. Yeah, Steve works here, does shows, works behind the scenes on the tools and the projections, 100K. And by the way, if you enter a quarter entry and you finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more, you're still eligible. You still get up here. You still get the free month as well. So don't let this deter you. And then Deathflower and Falstaff, both $300,000 wins almost on the Monday Night Millionaire. So we keep it rolling around here and getting big wins left and right, like this one. DJ, I can't even read. DJ G Remix. There you go. 335, second place there, 128 score. And lastly, Harrison, as always, Matt Gajewski is the best in the business. If you're ever in T-Town, I definitely owe you a beer, $600 in the CFP, 6K first down. You guys have been inducted. Take the avatar, use it everywhere. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more. Hit us up on Twitter and get up here. Get your free month as well. All right. We got to run through some of these won't take too long, I don't believe, like Washington and Detroit. I have some takes here, Ben. This game, 48.5 point total, opened at 43.5.
Yeah, I mean, people expect, and look at that. Our friend of the show, Goody, always with the timely super chats.
He knows how to make our lives easier.
We really love that. Feels like Washington, Detroit, going undervalued. Good pivot off the super chalky Vegas, Arizona stack. Goff, Wentz shows up as problem. What is your side and preferred QB stack of this game? For me, it would be the Wentz side. First of all, I think he has a little more reasonable options because you've got Curtis Samuel. I guess you could go back to Dotson. I like Gibson in that backfield. I like the Washington side of this game. I think there's a lot of opportunities, as even though Detroit is a favorite for the first time in 100 years, it feels like they still have like 7.5 yards allowed per pass attempt last week. I don't think this defense is just magically good. It's maybe they can outscore. They like 5.5 on the ground as well. So I'm going to target this game. I like both sides, but particularly Washington if you're going to a stack.
What about you, Alex?
I think I prefer the Washington side as well. Detroit, people probably watch games and get the wrong impression because they're like a run first team that's always playing from behind and passing a ton. So I think that what is going to happen if they get the lead in this game is you're going to see a lot of rushing attempts, and because Swift is kind of banged up, it might be a lot of Jamal Williams, and I just have a lot of trouble liking stacking up the Detroit side. So the Commanders did pass a significant amount in week 1, so I think they're like a pretty good target. And so let's see, Logan Thomas was kind of like coming off of injury at the start of the season and only played half the snaps, so maybe he's going to get a little bit more work today. That could be interesting as well. Like Terry McLaurin, I'm curious what you guys think, because he only got like 4 targets last week, so that was pretty underwhelming, while Curtis Samuel really got a ton of targets.
Yeah, I don't want to overreact on one game, but it was definitely, it was a little odd just knowing Terry McLaurin's, abilities. Samuel played 71% of snaps. McLaurin was out there for almost the entire game. So was Dotson. And if you're just looking at everything from snaps to route participation in that game, McLaurin and Dotson were head and shoulders above everybody else. So I don't know. It's crazy too, Alex, because PFF that doesn't credit everything a target that other places do, like throwaways, they only credited McLaurin with 3 targets.
Interesting. Yeah, that PFF is always they always have great stuff. So like I think that is a little bit odd. So I'm not like banking on that happening again, but I think that if you weren't already loving Washington, that's kind of a concerning sign. And Antonio Gibson does seem like kind of the play in this game that everyone's gonna want to go to for good reason. He played really well last week and won people GPPs, so nothing against him. But JD McKissick did play a good amount last week too, so I don't think he's exactly a workhorse.
Yeah, I like Gibson. I like Curtis Samuel at a discounted price point. Ben, on the other side, I still think a guy, and I'm on Russ St. Brown is very viable this week too. 32% target share last week. He got peppered with targets. Jared Goff loves that guy. He's comfortable with him. Jamal Williams led the league in red zone carries and carries inside the 5 last week, or inside the 10. That does have me a little bit hesitant to go to someone like Swift, especially as Alex said, if he's banged up. But for me, it would be, I don't hate a Jared Goff. I'm on Russ St. Brown skinny stack with, running back a McLaurin or a Curtis Samuel. It's not expensive. And maybe this game does just go over and it is high scoring, which I think is entirely possible.
It's definitely possible. My one counter to that is that I feel like if Goff has a big game, a disproportionate amount of it is going to go to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and you can get all those points in a one-off situation without wasting your quarterback spot on Goff. He can't run.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Somebody else has to step up. Like if you like Hawkinson a lot, now I think you might be able to bring in Goff to the equation. I liked Swift coming into this week. On the first look show, we talked about him. I'm really nervous about this situation now. I still think he has viable path to success, but he can't cede all the important work to Jamal Williams and get there in this game at 7K. So I'm pumping the brakes there. I'm on Ron St. Brown. Great price over on FanDuel at 6,900. Really like him over there as well. So he's just, the guy's a machine. He performs each and every week for you.
He's very good. And if you guys listen, you hear us talking about ownership, about the boom bust tool with the leverage scores, the top stack tool, where you're getting all of the top value, the top stack, the probability that they'll be the top stack. I'd say check it out for yourself if you haven't yet, because the first 3 days are entirely free. Stokastic Plus, Platinum, NFL, entirely free for your first 3 days. Tyler can throw that link into chat. It's in the description as well. If you haven't done so, like I always say, I know people have been burned by fantasy sites in the past and they've had bad experiences and they didn't like the tools. You will like the tools here for sure. That's why a lot of people use them, but also it's entirely free for the first 3 days. So you don't have to worry about not liking them. In the rare event that you don't, you're good. You wash your hands clean of it and we go our separate ways. But if you want to check them out, especially for this week, because you're going to have today's games, you got all of our showdown tools, right? You got Sunday night football, you got Monday night football. You're getting 3 days well worth it out of everything that you're getting, from showdown to express slates to main slates, you name it. So check it out. Free 3 days, no strings attached. If you want to jump in on that and you're a new user over at Stokastic. All right, let's talk about Seattle and San Francisco. Go ahead.
Got some breaking news real quick. The Detroit Lions Commanders game, the line no longer favors the Lions. They're at 0. So it's like 50-50 between the two teams. So this is no longer the first time the Detroit Lions have been favored in a year, but it's the first time they haven't been an underdog in a while.
So this is a pick 'em now?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Okay. Alex, let me go back to you then I don't know what to do with this game. Maybe you could help me out. Seattle and San Francisco. George Kittle not expected to play. Seattle came out strong last week, but that was, I don't know how much you want to take away from that. Russell Wilson returning to Seattle, a lot of energy and excitement surrounding that with the 12th man. the Broncos squandered that many opportunities on their own. Where do we go on Seattle and San Francisco? I think there's a lot of question marks on both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle, they shocked everybody by playing pretty well last week. Rashad Penny, I'm a little bit worried about because Kenneth Walker is going to be active for the game today. So that's going to take away a little bit of Penny's workhorse role. And then the passing game, although they were decent last week, they didn't like throw the ball a lot. So I'm pretty iffy on pretty much everyone on the Seahawks this week.
Okay. What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I think that Pete Carroll is lucky that Hackett was on the other side because I was not a fan of what he did in that game. They did win, but that's about all they did. Fantasy-wise, I think Geno Smith could be in for a rough situation. Can't trust the volume in the backfield. It's pretty much a pass for me.
On both sides or just Seattle?
More on Seattle, so I'll throw in my Niners thoughts right now, if that's cool. Certainly with Mitchell hurt, you're going to see Jeff Wilson in that backfield have ample opportunities, but I still think there's a reasonable question, and Alex has talked about this with kind of the Giants and sake, like, where does Trey Lance's upside in the rushing game hurt this backfield? And Debo also runs the ball. So it's not just this guy taking the carries in this game. You've got Trey Lance, you've got Wilson himself, and then you've got Debo on the outside. So there are targets, but it's very hard to get a priority list for the Niners today.
All right. Alex, anything on San Francisco, any side we haven't talked about yet with this game?
Debo, I think he's pretty interesting because of the rushing upside, where if Jeff Wilson can't get it going, Debo, you could see him return to his 2021 form where he won everyone the monies, but he's more of a FanDuel play where he's cheaper relative to DraftKings. And then Juwan Jennings is just a low price guy that I might throw a couple darts at.
Okay, I'm with you. There's just not a ton to like here. A matter of fact, I like the under in this game, even though it's only 40.5. I could see this being a very low scoring affair, or it could just be a San Francisco blowout and Seattle only drops 7 points. So yeah, this is not one of the most appealing games by any stretch. We do have, however, coming up, Atlanta and Seattle, or Atlanta and the LA Rams, Ben. They're getting 10 points on the road. Now, I think this opened at like what, 13 or something?
Yeah,
Ben?
so it's been bouncing around lately between 10 and 10.5. And again, you can go to oddshopper.com and see, because if you want to bet the Falcons, and I kind of like the Falcons in the spot, you need that hook. That's an important half point there. Now, for the DFS side of things with Atlanta, I'm a little skeptical of what we're going to see. First of all, the Rams have had a little time to think about bad opening loss to the Bills, and this is not the Bills. So Mariota, he's mobile. He's kind of not gimmicky, but he kind of does it his own way. I'm not sure I'm really going to pay for it. It's a tough stack if you do it. I'm a fan of Kyle Pitts. Said this last week. I just don't know if this is the spot either. Getting closer, but Atlanta's another team. I think they're in a pretty tough spot today.
Just some news, by the way. Kadarius Toney's good to go. He's playing. And then it looks like Alvin Kamara is out. So as expected. But Mariota did look pretty solid in week one, Alex. You had Marcus Mariota. Kyle Pitts was quiet, but we know that he has explosive upside. Drake London was involved. Even Olamide Zaccheaus was pretty involved in the offense for a period there. And then Cordero Patterson kind of shocked everybody with that big game. I don't see them having quite as much success today, but is this maybe a run back situation? Are you looking to stack them? Is Atlanta a team that's towards the top of your list or even on your list at all?
They're on the list. I think that you got Pitts, who really underwhelmed week one. And he's an interesting buy low candidate because we were expecting a lot of big things and he didn't really show anything in week one. So I think people are going to overlook him, but the potential is still there. Drake London, solid. And then Patterson, he's one of the surprising things was Tyler Algier was inactive week one, but they have this guy, Avery Williams, I had never heard of that was getting snaps. So that was a little surprise, but Patterson is getting a bulk of the workload. So it's pretty effective in both running and passing.
Rams are huge favorites, rightfully so. They got smoked in week one, Ben, but the Bills, I'm not saying if you ran that back 10 times, it would be the same result, but just like the addition of Von Miller for the Bills was huge. And the offense for that Bills team was dynamic, even though Josh Allen had a pick that wasn't his fault. I say that only because I'm not too worried about this Rams offense. Cooper Kupp he's always open, perpetually open, but he's 9,700 on FanDuel, 9,900 on DraftKings. It is a stacked position, and we haven't even talked about Devontae Adams yet. So I guess that's the question here. And then Allen Robinson last week, complete ghost, non-factor. And then Darrell Henderson got all of the snaps essentially at running back. There's a lot to digest with this Rams team today.
There really is, and it's more questions than answers. So, Cooper Kupp is incredible. We know that, but you're paying just an obscene price for him. I'm not saying it can't be justified, but a huge opportunity cost. And when I built lineups that I have built so far, I was not able to really get to him in any significant fashion. The backfield, there's been a lot of chatter about Cam Akers. Is he going to start to get back in the mix here? I think ultimately he will, but it seems like Henderson is going to have the first crack at some of these sub 6K in a game where they are double-digit favorites. I think Atlanta can hang with them, but the Rams should, and I agree, will be, leading in this game, leaning on the running game, not looking to stack Stafford. It would just be kind of the one-offs. If you wanted to target their, we don't talk about defenses. Certainly the Rams, if you have the money, they could cause some problems today.
Alex, okay, so large field tournaments, would you entertain the idea, and I'm sure you know where I'm going with this already, of playing Cam Akers at sub 1% ownership in the event that Sean McVay really isn't giving the ball primarily to Darrell Henderson, and that was just a week one thing? Do you trust Darrell? Because I'll be honest, I don't trust Darrell Henderson all that much in this game. I'm not convinced that he's going to see an 82% snap share back-to-back weeks. It worries me, this backfield, in a good matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Kyron Williams was supposed to get a decent workload last week, and he got injured on the first play or a special teams play, I guess. Oh, wow. Julio, it looks like he's out.
Oh, man.
So that's interesting. But, okay, so the report was that the coaches didn't like Akers. It wasn't that he was injured or something. So I think the most likely thing is we just see the same thing we saw last week with Henderson getting the bulk of the work.
Okay. Yeah, I heard it. I saw it was more like he has to make the most or earn his snaps or something like that. So I don't even know what that means, Ben.
Yeah, again, it's a situation that if you're willing to buy low, there's a small window where you could strike lightning with Akers. But I think more often than not, Alex is spot on that it's going to be pretty reflective of week one, maybe a slight difference.
Yeah, I got you. I'm not saying I want to buy low on Akers. I don't.
No,
I don't think you need to. What I'm saying is I'm a little hesitant to buy high from an ownership standpoint on Henderson. That's all I'm saying. I mean, he's what, the 1, 2, 3, 4. He's like the 5th highest owned running back on this slate. Do you like him a lot this week, Alex?
Yeah, I do. I think that unlike some guys like Saquon, you got Henderson, who didn't really top on the box score, even though like us sharps are like, oh my God, he got so much of the workload. But your average guy isn't really looking that deep into it. So I think that he might be a little bit lower owned than you think. Okay.
By the way, crushed 1,000 likes. Appreciate you guys. I knew we'd get there easily. So 1,000 thumbs up makes our jobs easier around here. So appreciate it. All right. And if you haven't done so, atone for your sins, friends. Appease the YouTube overlords. Get us to 7,000 likes by the end of the show. We have 10 minutes to go. All right. Anything else on this one? You want to keep going?
Looks like Kamara's been ruled out officially.
Okay.
I'm really feeling the Rams stack is the only thing I mentioned. I think it's one of the top stacks of the week. And on our top stacks, we kind of added some new columns to help people find them. But they're the second highest chance of being the top value on the week. And they have the lowest rush percent of any team. So that's a great sign.
Yeah, I love the ratings column. You threw the rush percentage in there as well, which is nice. That stuff is super helpful. It's a great tool. Great tool for all sports that involve stacking, but particularly for me, NFL. All right, Arizona, Las Vegas. You would think we'd need to spend a ton of time on this one, Ben, but I actually don't know that we do, because I don't want to say it's straightforward, but I think we talked about it enough that we can be pretty succinct here. I'll tell you real quick. I love Derek Carr. I love Davante Adams today. I think Waller and Renfro are both very viable. Last week, those guys had 80% of the combined targets. Of course, a lot of them went to Davante Adams, but all of the secondary stuff was going to Waller and Renfro anyway. Even if you have, 20, 25% target share games from week to week, or not every week, but the upside for that for Renfro and Waller, I'm on board. I'm clearly on board with Davante Adams. I don't care about the family narrative as much as I care about the fact that this Arizona secondary is probably not good at all. And then on the other side, I mean, Marquise Brown, I have no problem with him. If you're feeling wild, maybe you go with Greg Dortch. But there's a lot to like in a game with the highest total on the slate. I know it's going to be popular, but I don't know. You're not going to face the same pass rush if you're Derek Carr that you did last week, going up against Bosa and Khalil Mack. You're just not in Arizona.
No doubt about it. Top stack tool. The Raiders jump off the page as someone that we really want to be considering, and it makes a lot of sense. I will speak to the other side of this game though, and it relates to Goody Super Chat. Carr overowned to Murray. I agree with that as well, though. I think Kyler Murray might be getting lost because people don't want to pay all the way up. He's got massive rushing upside in a game where Arizona is 5-point dogs. You compare him with Hollywood Brown. You mentioned Dortch as the pay down, and run it back with a Waller, run it back with a Davante Adams. And then I'll give the one other wrinkle to this game that I think is really important. You could fully leverage against the Carr stacks with Josh Jacobs. If you think that maybe he just runs good and falls into the end zone a couple times, there are scenarios where the Raiders lean on the running game a little more. So Josh Jacobs is someone I'm actually using, hoping maybe those stacks don't get there on certain lineups and I could be ahead of the game with a 51.5 point total.
I don't disagree with anything he said, because I truly think any aspect of this game, whether it's going heavy on Murray or even, Josh Jacobs, might even be James Conner for all we know, Alex. I mean, there's a lot of different ways this game could either shoot out or just be high scoring in general with a ton of production on both sides. Do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this game is going to be an awesome one. Carr is one of the top options at QB, like almost certainly, just because you got the top wide receiver today with Davante Adams, just like projected to be better than Cup and a lot cheaper. So that's a no-brainer. And then Waller and Renfro are also great options to stack up. So I think you got all the materials for awesome stack here. And then on the other side, Arizona, they have some great value with like Dortch. And Dortch is like Greg Dortch. He played 96% of the snaps last week. And they're so banged up at wide receiver with Hopkins suspended. Andy Isabella is out. Rondale Moore is out, that you can pretty much lock in the snaps. Production, not as much of a guarantee, but he's so cheap, it's worth taking some shots on.
All right. Boom. We switched. We're good, Ben. The people asking about the MGM promo. We're good.
Oh, wow.
And
good timing.
we're good. Well, what I mean by that is it was directing to the college football landing page. It's back to NFL. And I know there's a spot you're tackling heavy this week. I am doing the same damn thing in that game. And we talked about it on Friday. That's Houston and Denver.
No doubt about it. So yeah, it's the next game. Get Houston out of the way. I think they're in a bad spot here. Going into Mile High, Denver has been bouncing around between 9.5, 10, and now I see some 10.5s over there at Odd Chopper. I really like this spread. I'm going to lay the points with the Broncos, and I know you'll talk about this. If you're going to do that and you want to say, you know what, I'm just going to get my $200, you can bet them on the money line. You're not going to win any money on that bet, but you're going to access to $200 by doing that at -500. Wouldn't recommend that for a bet outside of this promo, but I like Denver a lot this week. Points are going to be put up by them. Avoid the red zone turnovers, and we're going to be just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I love them. I think though okay, so the MGM promo is very simple. You're getting $200 for putting 10 on a money line on any game. It's very simple. you take advantage of something like that. Worst case scenario in an instant like this, right? So you go, all right, I got $10. I got $10 sitting around. I'm going to spend it on some dumb shit if otherwise. I got $10. I got a computer. Click the link. It's in the description. Tyler, put that in the chat as well for the people that were asking, please, the MGM link. Take $10 when you sign up and deposit, put it on either any team today, any team to win money line, not the spread, not the total. Don't be silly, on the money line, right? If you win that bet, you win the money, and you also get $200 in free bets from BetMGM, just free right there. If you lose, you still get the $200 in free bets from BetMGM. Okay. The way I see it, you go on a horrible losing streak after they give you your 200. You're stoked. You got your $200. You're about to go on a run. You don't. You lose it all, right? Worst case, your downside, you lose $10. Upside is you go on a heater and you're now 4 figures deep, 5 figures bankroll, and you got yourself sustained throughout the entire NFL season and even further because you deposited $10. That's the simplest way to look at it. So if you guys had to give me one money line bet for today that we could throw down on people using this promo that are getting in, they're already at FanDuel, DraftKings, everywhere else, but not MGM yet, want the money, what would your money line bet be, Ben, that gives them, even you're putting 10 down, but maybe you win 11 back?
Yeah, so if you're looking for teams that are, like actually real money lines where you're going to get a return, as this line keeps bouncing, I'm going to take a shot, even though I know people are saying that New England, give me the Steelers on the money line. You're getting plus money, little plus 125 action. So you turn that 10 into like 12 and change, and you're going to get the 200 on top of it. I would go with the Steelers at home. They're certainly live to win this game.
I hear you. I'm going to go with a fun sweat here with the Saints, Alex.
I almost said them.
Plus 110 or plus 120, wherever they're at. What are they at on MGM? Because it's going to be an amazing game, and they've really dominated the Tom Brady Buccaneers. So give me, if I'm going on, if I'm throwing the 10 down, I'm going with the Saints. What about you?
So the $200 is given. So I'm just betting on my favorite team.
Oh, see, that's
Lions, baby.
That's smart. Yeah. Or should we just go on a massive dog? Just put it on like a huge money line dog, because it doesn't really matter anyway. You could do that too.
Bears.
Yeah, I'm not doing the Bears. I think the Packers spank them. But anyway, take advantage. Links in the description. Tyler can throw it in the chat one more time. Use the link, deposit $10, put it on any money line for today, whichever one you want. And when that clears, you got it, baby. $200. Go on a run, make some money. All right. Houston and Denver. We talked about that a little bit with you, Ben. Alex, where do you want to go with it? Do you want to get the Cooks here? And on the other side, are we looking at Sutton and Judy? And I know Javonte Williams is graded really solid in our boom bust tool as well.
Yeah, the short answer on all those is yes. I think they're all great plays. Like Cooks seems to be the lone bright spot in Houston every single year. So he has huge potential. And then on the other side, Russell Wilson was pretty effective in the opener. It looks like they're more of a passing first team this year. And the other guy I'm looking at is Albert O, who tight end is pretty tough to fill today. So he's a nice filler.
Ben, I can tell you the only concern I have with Javonte Williams, and by the way, Live Before Lock coming up right after this. Do not go anywhere, please, because these guys do a phenomenal job. And with all of the insane amount of breaking news coming in, you're going to want to hang out with Eric and Matt Gajewski and Matt Savoca as they take you guys up to lock. Plus, they're pretty cool fellas. The only concern I have is that the Broncos smash them, blow their doors off, and Javonte Williams' pass catching ceiling is limited by the fact that they just kind of don't need him like they did playing from behind in week 1.
I absolutely think that that's a potential concern. And it doesn't mean that they can't coexist where he does some of that, he crushes them early and he gets his before it gets out of hand. But I don't love that the chances that he sees those type of targets in this game is going to be a lot less. You've got Sutton on the outside, but overall, having said all that, as Alex kind of said, these are just good play. Like Denver's in a really good spot at home today.
Absolutely. I want to ask you very quickly. I know we got to go, but this is important. With Julio out, Alex, and with Godwin out, we'll keep this very short, but people are going to want to know this question. With those guys out, what does that do for guys like Fournette and Evans? Does that make them, and Russell Gage, does that make them considerably more appealing to you or no?
Honestly, I don't think it really moves the needle
to
any significant amount, but Gage, I think I was already kind of interested, but I think he's possibly a better play than he was. Or I think that they're not gonna have trouble like finding players to make up those snaps with like Perryman and some other guys.
Okay, fair enough. Oh God, super chats, we're getting crushed, man. Locks, hope all is well, brothers. Yeah, you too, man. Good to see you here as always, man. And a $10 super chat. Still all the love for the awesome community, Stokastic community to you, pal. Ship some winners today, y'all. Yeah, and we love you, man. Appreciate all your support over the years. The vision. Are you getting to any DPJ at 6% boom, 2% ownership? Yeah, we talked about DPJ. Target share was absolutely there. The answer to that is yes. Kyle Presley, 2 running backs under 7K that you're targeting on DraftKings, Alex. 2 running backs under 7K on DraftKings.
Oh man, I don't even know who's under 7K. So let me just take a quick look. Henderson, he's definitely a target, and Jacobs also.
Okay, and then Ben. Thoughts on this from Mr. Prowley? Thoughts on Las Vegas, Arizona stack with a Cincy Dallas secondary stack?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Cincy and Dallas, there's still plenty of plays, even with, the Cooper Rush situation from those teams. So I'm on board with that.
All right. Appreciate all the super chats, guys. Cease on the super chats. I can't answer. I don't want to take your money without answering questions. If you're asking 1v1s and 2v2s, our player compare tool is entirely free. Take advantage of that. It's amazing for hand builders, and you won't be losing money super chatting us at the end of the show, or save them for the live before live show. I'm sure those guys will be happy to help you. Ben, Sutton, Judy, Albert O, anybody else here, and anyone else on Houston?
No, nothing else really. Denver's defense. I think if you're paying up for defense, I rarely do that though.
Okay. By the way, I have a decent amount of Jacksonville Jaguars defense this week. Just throwing
I got
it out
bad
there.
Defenses. Really
2,300. Alex, anything on Houston we haven't hit on?
No.
Okay, fair enough. I guess Brandon Cooks would be the only thing there, right? But that's pretty much it. And tough matchup for him. They do move him around a lot, though. Last one, Cincy, Dallas, before we flip the page to live before lock. Ben, you got no Dak Prescott. You have Joe Burrow, who threw 5 picks and was sacked 7 times last game. Can they correct these issues on the offensive line? Do you like the Bengals today?
I mean, I like them in the sense that there's going to be ample opportunities. They're playing inside, all of that, but they didn't stand out because they're still pretty expensive. Joe Mixon gets a lot of work. Everyone, you've said this like 5 times this week with the Chris Evans talk. That doesn't seem to be happening. 27 carries, 9 targets in that overtime game. 7,200. I'm fine with Mixon. Guys on the outside, T. Higgins comes off the concussion. Chase seems all good to go. So I get it. I didn't get to Burrow stacks, but Cincinnati still has to be taken seriously.
Are you taking anything seriously for the Dallas Cowboys this week?
I still think with Cooper Rush, you can go to guys like CD Lamb. He's going to get a ton of work. Not going to go to the backfield. Dalton Schultz at tight end, little pricey for my taste, but I get it. I'm worried a little about how they move the ball, but it can't be much worse than what they did against Tampa. I think volume will keep them in conversation.
All right, wrap us up, Alex. Cincy and Dallas.
I mean, I think the Bengals defense is going to be super popular because they're like near the men and like they're facing Cooper Rush. But this is a situation where like, yeah, defense is never a lock, but maybe just taking the free square is a good play.
All right. Greenville, is there confirmation for the MGM promo bonus? I don't see anywhere confirming it's active. Yeah, Ben, it's more so you just follow the steps and bet a money line if you use the link, right? I don't think there's anything more to it than that. So.
Yeah, you want to read through the terms, obviously, just to ensure, but you use that link, first time deposit, you sign up, bet a money line, has to be a money line. You do that. Once they score that touchdown, you're going to get that $200 in free bets. We've had a ton of people on the Odd Shopper YouTube successfully do it. And we hope you guys will consider doing it as well.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any like confirmation that there's
no, it'll just work once the team scores that touchdown, the next day or so.
All right. Appreciate you guys. This is a phenomenal time as always. You guys are the best. 1,200 likes. We got 1,200 likes right now. 4,300 people watching. Follow Alex at Awesemo DFS on Twitter. Ben at JazzRaz DFS. Me at Loughy_D. Shout out to Tyler for producing this one. And we'll catch you back here in week 3. Peace.
All right, stretching out here. We're going to get the clock going in a second. 5 bets in 5 minutes. It's a race. It's not a marathon. It's a sprint. We're going to give you 5 bets. We'll start the clock. I know you see the video thinking, wait a second, it's a little bit longer, isn't it, than 5 minutes? Yes, I have some other things I need to tell you about. And as always, we wet your beak just a little bit, right? So we'll see BetMGM right over there, and I'll tell you about what's going on. But in the background, there's our first play. So bear with me for a second, right? Because I'm at least giving you the first play ahead of time, even though we'll go through it for sure. We want you to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the fastest growing sports betting community here on YouTube. That is fact. We have certification to prove that, authenticity to prove that. And that's all because of you out there. So thank you. If you're new, if you just stumbled on this, please join us. And if you're a veteran, a savvy, salty veteran of the Odd Shopper channel, the free Odd Shopper channel, and then the Odd Shopper site, we appreciate you. Thank you for spreading the word, because that has also been a huge help here. All right, BetMGM, $10, win $200. It's all about on Saturday, Moneyline college football. So I'll tell you about that and also about the premium insider access. But let's not waste any more time here, because I know you're salivating. I know you're ready. I know you want to go here. So what we're going to do is start the clock now. 5 bets in 5 minutes. All right, first bet, under 20.5 team total for Jacksonville. All right, the reason they scored 21 points just one time last year at home. So Trevor Lawrence, like him, love Doug P. It wasn't great last week, though, and I don't think they correct all of those mistakes overnight. It's not going to happen right away against a pretty good defense in the Colts. Look, Jacksonville, 3-14 against the spread since 2019 in straight-up home losses. They're not covering when they lose at home. This will be an outright win, which I don't think is going to happen, or a bad loss, unfortunately. Indy's defense needs to outplay Matt Ryan. We know that as well. So, yes, first play, because I don't see how Trevor Lawrence overnight is going to correct those mistakes and fix problems that were last year. All right, so that's the first play, under 20.5 team total for Jacksonville. Next play, all right, Steelers, and we're right there. Look at that. Forget that spread. There's no value at 2.5. We'll just take them straight up, all right? We'll take them to win outright. Belichick 2-6 against the spread as a road favorite over the last 2 years, and that was with a healthy quarterback and a competent offensive coordinator. I'm not sure he's got either heading into this weekend on the road. He's a road favorite. Come on. Tomlin's 9-2-4 against the spread as a home dog since 2014. Not all of those games, mind you, at home as a home dog have been with Ben Roethlisberger. Mac Jones, only in his career, only averaging 20.5 points per game on the road. And again, that's healthy. And again, that's with an offensive coordinator that we believe to be competent, right? So, yeah, we're taking the Steelers to beat the Patriots all day on the money line, plus 115 at home. Next game. All right, let's keep it moving here. Right above, Giants.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock here, presented by No House Advantage. I'm Eric Lindquist, excited to be talking some Week 2 football with all of you guys. Hit that like button. You guys have done an amazing job of doing that as well. For the guys on the previous shows, appreciate them, and we really appreciate you being here with us. But that like button goes a long way. Subscribe button, notification bell, probably do that as well here. Also sign up at No House Advantage. My God, there's so much overlay again. We'll be talking about that throughout the show, but I got to introduce my co-hosts here. I got Matt Savoca. I got Matt Gajewski, the law firm of Savoca and Gajewski. I don't know. It's just a dumb bit. But Matt Savoca at Draftaholic on the Twitters. How you doing, my dude?
Hey, any interesting inactives? I don't think it's a big week for inactives or late changes or anything, right? So I was taking it easy the last hour, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk like at all this show. So congratulations. It's going to be all Matt Gajewski for 70 minutes, 80 minutes, right? Matt and I are just going to be making our lineups. Matt Gajewski, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm protecting myself a little bit. I know you guys, Eric, you in particular, probably planned 150, maybe more. I'm just going to stick with 15 lineups today. Thought some of these inactives might come through. They did, and I knew we'd be on the stream. So just to protect myself from having to redo a whole 150 set, which I know you're probably doing, I tried to just play a little bit less in terms of just how many lineups today.
Yeah. So last week I kind of took it a little bit easier. You know, it's the first week. You want to do a great job of being a great host. I want to be helpful to the people. But this week, it's like, I'll fire a little bit more. Got 150 on FanDuel. Got 150 on DK. Well, actually 350 on DK, but that's a different conversation for a different day. It's going to be very problematic here because some stuff changed and lots of things going on. I don't even really know where to start. So I'm going to give this to Matt Savoca here. I'm going to let him hit some of the broad strokes, and then Matt Gajewski and I will come in with the little chisel and kind of like pick out our little pieces that we think matter most.
I'll be honest here, guys. I don't think a lot of the news that we got over the last 24 hours drastically changed how I'm constructing lineups today. I wasn't considering Alvin Kamara a monumentally good piece today. He was sort of a one-off value option in GPPs because he wasn't going to be owned very high, but now he's out. With Julio Jones out in that game as well, I think ultimately the shootout potential just goes down when you have players like Brashad Perryman or Scotty Miller or Jalen Darden taking more snaps. He still has Tom Brady, obviously. They all do. And Mike Evans is active, but we know the narratives about him getting shut down by Lattimore. We know the narratives about Brady and the Bucs struggling against the Saints. So really, it just changes the likelihood of a ceiling game for all players in that matchup. We got Swift available to us. He's still not my favorite. That game environment is good enough where I will take a few chances in a GPP situation. But again, it really is something that I was kind of leaning towards him being able to play. So that's really how I'm seeing this. Then there's the Indy Jacksonville situation. Remember, it's raining there off and on, and it could be heavy rain at some point. So I think you could take the Pittman news and just say, I'm avoiding everyone, and you might be right today.
I'm really worried about DeAndre Swift because I have a crazy amount of him, and I have more of him now as a result of people being worried about him not playing as much, being active. Oh, but the ankle, and you saw Jamal Williams get 2 basically poached touchdowns last week. I just, if he's going to be on the field, this just feels like that James Conner situation, Chase Edmonds situation with Arizona, where everybody was on one side of it and you needed to be on the other side of it. But I mean, obviously nobody's on Jamal Williams. Matt Gajewski, what are some of your favorite spots to be targeting as a result of some of these inactives?
I think Matt summed it up nicely. There wasn't too much I was already doing. I think Julio was a much better play on FanDuel. I thought he was going to play today, so a little surprised by that. But he's at a price point where I think you have alternatives. Like he was honestly cash viable over there because of how cheap he was. So I think you're either now flipping the build or maybe you're pivoting to like an Allen Robinson if you just want a 1-for-1. But other than that, you bring up a good point in Indianapolis. That might just be a spot where you're avoiding entirely. I know like Paris Campbell's probably going to be attractive. I'm playing a little bit of him. He's more of your gadget type player, low ADOT. So even in what projects to be a questionable weathered game, I think you could still look to Paris as maybe a pivot off your really cheap options like your Richie James or your Dortch. We'll talk about those guys in a bit. But ultimately, I wasn't playing Kamara anyway. I'm not going to be playing Ingram. Some of the other inactives, they seem to be just not worthwhile to look at here. So to me, it's basically just Tampa Bay. What do you do with Julio out? I'll play a little bit of Gage, but outside of that, I think you still probably see some sort of rotation with Perriman, Darden, and I'm not sure how the snaps are going to shake out there. Not to mention, like, that team is injured across the board. Like, almost their entire offensive line is out. That might just be a spot to avoid entirely, to Matt's point originally.
Can I add one thing there?
Yeah.
In football history, unfortunately, with these Super Bowl winning rosters like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were certainly 2 years ago when they literally won the Super Bowl and last year, they often peter out due to injuries. And I do worry that there is a risk of ruin with this Buccaneers team that we could get ahead of from a DFS perspective. I don't think you can naturally predict it, but it certainly looks like with all these veterans getting hurt one by one early in the season, this could be one of those downhill situations in Tampa.
Okay. Tampa's interesting. I think that there's some really low-owned pass catchers. Kylan Granson season, perhaps, in Indianapolis. Lots of things to get to on the board. So as we get going, hit that like button. Also, sign up over at No House Advantage right now. Crazy amount of overlay going on over there at our sponsor site. Just like last week, take advantage of this. If you sign up for anything in the next however long, if you're not going to buy my Rainmaker cards here while I'm on the stream, you might as well go over to No House Advantage. That's probably the second best thing you could do, because selfishly, I need to get rid of these damn things. But too many adjustments to make in lineups, too many things going on. And now I'm playing Russell Gage in an elite tier contest. What time? I don't even know what to say anymore, other than let's go to the quarterback position and I can be done talking. Matt Savoca, let's just talk cash game. Who is your cash game quarterback for today?
I decided not to play cash with all the news recently.
Good idea.
I honestly think I would go down at cash because I want to get to as many elite options. But ultimately, the person I think is going to break the slate, I think it's Lamar Jackson. So if you're talking about who's number one in our projections, who's ahead of salary-based expectations, and who is going to sneakily have a 35-point game today, it's Lamar Jackson for me. I'll start there. Obviously, Joe Burrow, I think, has a really good game in a plus situation against Dallas, who's obviously struggling. And I also think Matthew Stafford goes crazy against Atlanta in a get-right game.
Oh, wow. I love a lot of this. I love a lot of this because I'm on the Lamar Jackson side. I'm on the Stafford side. Matt Gajewski, who's your cash game quarterback today?
Yeah, it's funny. We're like two opposite players here, Matt and Matt. I'm playing 15 tournament lineups and a lot of cash. The cash game quarterback is Derek Carr. I think the only real arguments you could make for other guys in cash would be Stafford, who's at the same price essentially. He's 100 more on DraftKings, or Lance. I think you have enough questions about Lance right now, where you're probably just paying up a little bit to get to these two guys. And then between the two of them, just a much better game environment for Carr in what projects to be really, there's going to be shootouts today, but if you're just looking at totals, this is very clearly the game that has the highest total. So Carr is the cash game quarterback. I think he's cash game quarterback on both sides.
All right. Well, then I'm going to go back to Savoca here because he just talked about Lamar Jackson a little bit there at the top end. Is he like your clear-cut favorite for tournaments?
I think if you're looking at true ceiling potential, 30-point upside. Obviously, for a quarterback, the odds are different than flex players, but that Lamar Jackson boom week is coming. Pass rate over expectation on first down. Those are two areas where Baltimore isn't usually near the top of the league, but that's what they showed in week one. Now they're playing the Jets. They might be having, there might be a small sample trap here, but ultimately, if Lamar Jackson is going to be able to hit deep shots like he was last week, and we know the rushing ability is there. I know Miami looked really good in week one, and I know over at the Notorious Fantasy channel streaming right now, I'm sure Nikki Locks is over there saying Miami's going to win. But I think the blitz rate is overrated here, and the fact that Baltimore is so banged up in the secondary, I actually think that Miami's offense doing well adds to the possibility of Lamar hitting his ceiling here as a passer, and of course as a rusher. I think Lamar Jackson has a great day at 7,400.
Do you have any pushback on that whatsoever, Matt Gajewski?
No, I love Lamar. I'm making him a priority in the few tournament lineups I'm running. Miami blitzes a ton. That could actually help his scrambling. I know there's this narrative out there that he doesn't want to run because he's fighting for a contract. It's one of his best skills. He's going to run when he has to. I mean, he's still playing for a contract at the end of the day. And if he doesn't play well, he's not going to get the money. So I don't even understand that narrative. But I think he's an awesome play overall, to Matt's point, everything he said. And the secondary for Baltimore, I don't think we can overlook how hurt it is, to Matt's point. I actually like two on the other side. Love the pass catchers as contrarian options. I think this is a sneaky game overall. So no, absolutely no pushback on Lamar.
Yeah, for me, what's kind of fascinating, I mean, I do like Lamar Jackson. He's one of my highest owned tournament quarterbacks. The guy that's kind of strange to me for $100 more is Kyler Murray, who's in the highest total game on the slate, yet sits around 5%. And on a slate where there aren't that many shootouts, it is very surprising to me when, obviously there's a cheap piece like Dortch, when you have a number one like Marquise Brown, when you have the rushing upside of a Kyler Murray. It's kind of strange to me that he's going so underrepresented compared to Derek Carr on this slate. Matt Gajewski, is Kyler Murray somebody you're interested at all in?
Yeah, I am interested in him. he's a little expensive, and I prefer Lamar in a 1-for-1 situation. So like for me personally today, I just had to make some tough decisions, not running 150, where I assume you would just get him naturally because of the upside. But I have a lot of questions about Arizona today. I think they're severely overmatched in the trenches. Kyler should be under pressure today. It's a fantastic defensive line on the other side of that game. And Kyler's taken some bad sacks. He's very mobile. That always works for him. But then his pass catchers are going to be pretty chalky today too. So do you really want to just eat like Dortch chalk and then play Murray with him? In my opinion, I think you can get better leverage in tournaments by going to the Lamar stacks, and you should be able to get some pretty decent leverage with both Lamar and the pass catchers if you do decide to stack him. So Murray's just a tough decision I had to make to avoid him in tournaments today, but that's no slight to him. I still think he's a solid play with upside.
Yeah, it's hilarious to me because a name like Dortch, it's like, oh yeah, of course Dortch torched me. At the end of the day, I don't have a lot of Dortch. I have a little Dortch. You should play Dortch in cash. But going back to Matt Savoca here, we moved down the board a little bit with quarterback, and there becomes a very fascinating range to me in this mid 6K range. You've got Carr, obviously, who's going to be the chalk of all chalk there. Matt Stafford, Tom Brady, who, you want to play Tom Brady when he's not popular. And Joe Burrow there, kind of one-sided. Don't even know if I need a run back. Is there somebody you're gravitating to at 6K range not named Derek Carr?
Well, certainly Matt Stafford, who I talked about, 6,300 against an Atlanta defense who collapsed in a unique way in week 1. Not that it's unique for Atlanta to collapse, just the way they collapsed was new and different for them. I still think Atlanta and Los Angeles overall could be a sneaky shootout. So I actually like Mariota all the way down the board, but I even like Carson Wentz at 5,800 in this game with a high total, and where Washington has moved to, I think it's a push now, no longer Detroit being favored in that game. Thought it was going to be the first game that the Lions were favored in like 3 years, but alas, no. And I still think in the rain, Trey Lance, basically it's the same value proposition as last week. There's still ceiling potential there, and the price is fine at 5,700. I like his rushing upside, and if I'm going to say it's a sneaky shootout in Baltimore, I have to include Tua as well, although his projection's right in line with salary-based expectation. Nothing incredible there.
All right, back to Matt Savoca, to Matt Gajewski.
First
time that happened.
Yeah, first one of the year.
Put it on the board.
Yeah.
Last week, I threw a no-hitter. There were still some walks, so it wasn't a perfect game by any means, but would say that's the first of many. Matt Gajewski, there he is. How are you doing in the 6K range? Anybody that's making your 15 tournament allotment?
There is not one player in the 6K range I'm playing in
Good
tournaments
talk.
today.
Glad we had it.
So I can tell you why. I mean, I think that's probably what the people want. Derek Carr is your cash game quarterback. He's going to be heavily owned. I'm playing him in cash, so I just don't see any need to play him in tournaments. Devontae Adams also going to be incredible chalk. I'm just choosing to gain leverage a different way. If you want to play Carr, I think it's fine. I also like Stafford for the reasons Savoca mentioned, but I do think you can find more upside in that 5K range just below, which was also Matt's main point. So I also like the quarterbacks that are just a little bit cheaper than this range.
Everybody's running to the window to roster Carson Wentz because this is the upside down and life is an illusion. Trey Lance, 5,700, Tua Tagovailoa, Noodle Arm. What is going on over there? Who is doing what over there? There's something rattling in the background. There's something going on somewhere.
Oh, it's probably my dog. Oh, guys, go hug a vet, because my dog is in a cone of shame right now because her eye has I didn't know this could happen, an eye ulcer, and they diagnosed it. They've been awesome, required some pretty aggressive care, but they caught it. We're going to be good. So vets of all kind. No, she's going to be good. Okay. No, we're happy. We're just saying thank you to vets of all kind, armed forces, and the ones that take care of our animal.
I just called out your dog on a stream. I apologize. But
it's
anyway,
really the noise.
I know. Yeah, I'm just glad that they're doing okay. If something happened to my dog, I would not be okay. But here we are, back to quarterbacks. Lots of them in this target-rich environment here at the bottom. Matt Gajewski, we'll start with you here. Who are some of the guys that you're landing on here, sub 6K?
I'm going right back to Lance. He's going to be my most owned quarterback in tournaments today. We know what happened in Chicago. The game was a disaster. Partially Lance is doing, partially just the unbelievable weather conditions. I've never seen a game like that. But the thesis with Lance hasn't changed. He's as mobile as they come. You're basically taking a shot on a player with Lamar Jackson upside at 5.7K. Don't need to stack him. I think you can play him by himself. If you want to use like Debo or some of the cheaper pass catchers, go for it. Ton of upside here. Nothing scares you on Seattle secondary. Their best corner right now is a 5th round rookie. So, I mean, he did play well to his credit, but we're talking about a very inexperienced secondary that just lost their best player. Land should have, I'm not really fond of the Bears secondary, but I think Seattle's is worse. He should have the opportunities to throw into open windows when he takes them. So I think he's the best play in this range.
All righty. And we head back to you, Matt Savoca here. Anybody you're making a case for sub 6K for tournaments?
Well, definitely Lance. Again, I think I mentioned him previously. Jared Goff, I guess. I mean, Washington's defense is not good. That game has a sneaky high shootout potential. And then once you get lower than that, that's really the cutoff line, is really the way I see it. Like, maybe you can play Daniel Jones at 5,100 and feel okay from a value perspective, but from a ceiling perspective, from an optimal lineup percentage perspective, does he really pop in a lot if you played the slate over and over again? Below that, not touching anybody. I guess at the very bottom, Cooper Rush is a viable large field GPP option, but I'm not going there today.
All right. Cooper Rush. Yeah. That leads us into a super chat here, I suppose, from Jorge Yakum, just smashing the world. Thoughts on Bengals stack and Burrow after getting sacked 7 times and intercepted 3 times versus Dallas? Well, I think it's pretty clear cut that you don't have to be doing any kind of a run back with Burrow. I also think it's pretty clear cut in tournaments that I do like to double stack him. And when you have quarterbacks that are so obvious with their path to upside, and obviously Mixon could create some major issues, and it's a running back I have a lot of interest in. We'll get to him in a second. Matt Gajewski, any Joe Burrow for you today?
Yeah, I actually lied when I said I didn't have anyone in the 6Ks. I do have a little
I knew
bit
you
of Burrow.
did.
I did lie. I have some Burrow. He's a direct leverage point off an incredibly chalky Mixon today. Mixon's going to be owned everywhere. I think you can stack him with Jamar. We know the upside with Jamar. And then the thesis with him has always been, well, the difference in opportunity between Jamar and Higgins is never really that much. Higgins is generally lesser owned. He's always cheaper. Not only is he a pivot off Mixon, but he's a solid pivot off some chalky receivers in that mid 5K, upper 5K range, like Judy, Cooks. I think he's solid too if you want to use him. And then to your point, double stacking always live with Cincinnati.
Matt Savoca, any thoughts about Joe Burrow?
Yeah, I mean, so let's break down the question first and foremost. This is how you think like a possible GPP winner, right? You know, how does the Bengals stack work, but somehow the defense of that team, the defense going against it somehow work? Yeah, in a sloppy game, it can happen. And I do think that this Bengals team, obviously there was overtime that helped them, but if you look at expected fantasy points in just a 1-week sample, their players just pop like crazy because of the amount of pass opportunity and just valuable opportunity from a fantasy perspective will be there. And then you've got to take away happy defense who are highly volatile, but what if things go volatile in the positive direction for them? So I definitely think that's an option. For the same reasons, I think you could, again, trying to win a large field GPP, look down to Cooper Rush. I think he has a higher ceiling in that game environment than a Geno Smith or a Joe Flacco or a Mitch Trubisky. We're talking about less than 1% chance of being the optimal quarterback, but we're looking for options like this sometimes when trying to make a Millie Maker lineup. There is a game environment where this makes sense.
Okay, awesome. Any Daniel Jones love for either of you? Because this is an idiot who's showing up in too many of my lineups.
I think he's fine. With
Yeah.
Daniel
Okay,
Jones.
thank you.
I mean, you're banking on the Dable offense, which early returns have been okay. I don't love what he's doing with Kadarius Toney. I wish we could just get some clarity there. Your best.
You have to be on the field to score fantasy points.
Right.
This is true.
And
God,
how it relates to Jones, you would want the best pass catcher on the team, a guy that can literally just take little screens from Daniel Jones and create big plays. That would be awesome if he was there. But Jones has some mobility. I don't think the matchup necessarily scares you. I'm just a little worried about the injuries in the pass corner, whatever the heck is happening with Toney.
Here's what I like about that, Eric. The fact that Daniel Jones doing well, especially he gets to his ceiling game as a rusher, right? And so we're not expecting him to throw for 350, 400 yards all of a sudden. If he does well as a rusher, you're probably taking away from Saquon's upside. And if he's super popular, it is a solid leverage play as well. So projections ahead of salary-based expectations and leverage against a popular Saquon makes him viable for sure.
oh man, I'm in a lot of
Not
trouble
fun.
today. I'm just realizing as I'm looking at my lineups, as I just got everything updated, like Russell Gage is in my life now. I hate everything about my lineups as I'm looking at them, especially as we jump over to the running back position. But anything else at quarterback, Matt Savoca?
I think we really covered it. If you're playing Jacoby Brissett, I get why, but he does not look good in our projections. The player in that low fives range that we really like is Baker Mayfield. Actually, we didn't mention him at all. I'm okay there. I'd actually rather play Trevor Lawrence against a Colts defense that look kind of inept.
I have 2%, so that's gonna definitely burn me if he goes off. I don't want that. Russell Wilson, suppose 7,200 coming off of a Seattle game that, I don't know, they had 4 red zone turnovers or something ridiculous like that. One of the dumber situations where they could have scored a boatload of points and now they get Houston at home. Seems fun to me. So that was the last addition I had to the mix. I have almost 10% of him. Pretty fun to be stacking it with Sutton, Judy, and those guys. But Matt Gajewski, anything else at the quarterback position for you?
I don't think so. I have mild interest in Trevor Lawrence, like Matt said. And then I don't mind Russell Wilson at all. I chose to play Lamar over him, but he has as much upside as those guys.
He chose poorly. Yeah, you knew where I was going. God, Indiana Jones. Can't wait to see number 4. Hopefully it's good. Don't be the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull or whatever the hell that was called. It was terrible. You know, it's not terrible. Stokastic.
You were the chosen one.
Yeah, we can't do that. What we can do, Stokastic Platinum. That's where you guys want to be signing up right now. 100% free tools. Free tools for 3 days. That seems pretty great. Sign up now. NFL DFS, all the things that you guys know and love here from the shows. We're using all this great data. We have Alex Baker, Steve Buzzard, Eddie Lai. I mean, we're talking some of the smartest guys, best players in the DFS industry, putting together all of these tools like the Boom Bust tool, the Top Stacks tool that we're going to be referring to here as we go along to the wide receiver position. It's going to be an awesome addition to your portfolio to be able to be successful at DFS. And 3 free days of these tools going on right now. So go take advantage of that. Welcome. It's nice. The water's warm here at Stokastic.com. All righty. To the running back position we go, and I am very nervous about what I'm doing. Again, I play tournaments. This is going to be very, very wonky. Let's start with Saquon Barkley, though, because this is the guy that came off of last week, set the world on fire, and I'm happy about it. I have a lot of, shout out to Underdog, shout out to some of these other sites for year-long best ball type scenarios. And Saquon Barkley in the second round just kept getting snagged by me. It was somebody I felt pretty confident about being a phenomenal piece, but we've seen this movie with Saquon Barkley before because the Giants' offense still needs to be competent going forward. You would think. Matt Savoca, over or under 23% for somebody that is just crazy popular on today's slate on a day with very little chalk?
I'll be under, but not because the optimal lineup percentages or the way you run Fantasy Cruncher when you log in tells you to. It's because of the way I'm building my lineups. Saquon Barkley is a absolutely fine play, a good to great play today. Running back 3 in salary-based rankings, running back 3 in our projections. Last week, running back 3 in expected fantasy points. That sounds like just about right. But in terms of optimal lineup percentages and comparing it to ownership, now it doesn't look right for me. And so ultimately, I think he's a fine play. You can absolutely use high leverage stacks, go down the top stacks tool to the middle of the page instead of the top of the page. And then you can get weird with the rest of your lineup and play Saquon in a tournament. But ultimately, I think getting off of Barkley is the easiest way to be contrarian in this entire slate.
Yeah, Matt Gajewski had a lot of really good points last week about flipping the script and flipping the build on what everybody else is going to be doing. Well, everybody's going to be playing Saquon and Joe Mixon and Javonte Williams. Those 3 specifically, 7,300, 7,200, 6,500. If you had like a pecking order on these chalky running backs, Matt Gajewski, what order would you put those 3 in?
I would rank them Barkley 1, Mixon 2, and then I don't think Javonte's 3 for me. I would rather have McCaffrey or Fournette. I'm not playing any Javonte, actually.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, I'm playing 15 lineups, so it's not like I X'd him out of the 150 build. If I had 150, he would be in there. But Barkley should be priced where McCaffrey is. He's about 1,500 underpriced, in my opinion, assuming his role persists, and I don't really see any reason why it wouldn't. They don't have anybody behind him that's competent, and Barkley is the engine of their offense right now as long as they continue to bench Kadarius Toney. He also has a phenomenal pass-catching role, maybe just behind where Christian McCaffrey is in that realm. So to me, he's just extremely underpriced. And for 24% ownership, I think you could make a really strong argument he's not owned enough. Then on the Mixon side, we're talking essentially the same price point. Matchup certainly doesn't scare you, since Cincinnati going up against Dallas here. Mixon, he saw an increased role in the pass game. That's something we hadn't seen in prior years. And they don't really have anybody different on the roster. You're still talking about P. Ryan, Chris Evans, players that we thought might play this pass catching role. But Mixon actually taking on some extra targets, I think, is very positive for his role here. He's just a little bit behind Barkley for me because he doesn't quite have all the pass catching work, but it's getting closer and closer for Mixon. I'm going to play a lot of these guys. I would rather get contrarian elsewhere. And we'll talk about receivers later. But to Matt's point, I think you could fade some of these running backs. Or, in my opinion, I would rather fade like the Greg Dortches, the Paris Campbells, the really cheap receivers people are playing in conjunction with Barkley and Mixon. I think there's a couple ways you can do that. I'm sure we'll talk about it when we get to receiver.
Yeah. So we've got two other major highlights to hit. Let's start with the expensive running backs here. Jonathan Taylor and Christian McCaffrey. 8,900 for Christian McCaffrey. If this were the same scenario as last week, going into week one, and we didn't know that he was going to have like a 15% target share, we would have said Christian McCaffrey is underpriced at 8,900. Well, he's 17% now, but if this were last week and he still was 8,900, I mean, he would still have been as popular as what he was then, over 20%, really looking as somebody that people were jamming. Do you have a preference between Jonathan Taylor, where they're absent Michael Pittman now seems important, and Christian McCaffrey, Matt Gajewski?
I still prefer McCaffrey because of the pass catching role, but it's really hard to evaluate Taylor right now. Like, I don't trust their head coach. He basically talked the whole offseason about getting Nyheim Hines involved and limiting Taylor's touches. He goes out and touches the ball 30 times in week one. So
well, you lied too. So in his defense, you're a liar about Trey Lance or not Trey Lance, about who did you play at 6,600? You're a liar.
What? Who did I lie about?
I don't know. You played some quarterback in the mid-range. Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow. See, you're a liar. That's what I'm saying. Coach speak. Matt Gajewski, coach speak. That's what it is. The Kirk Ferenz of this show. Matt Savoca, how are you feeling about the two expensive running backs? I'm sorry.
Don't you dare call me Kirk Ferenz.
Well, this got awkward. Mommy and Daddy are fighting at the kitchen table.
This got nasty.
Yeah, right. Just saying.
All right, guys. Jonathan Taylor is playing Jacksonville in the rain.
Yeah, it's hard to fade that. The only thing that you can really say is price point. You're making significant opportunity cost decisions when you roster Jonathan Taylor. And there are players, Barkley, Mixon, Fournette, if he's fully healthy, that have essentially the same workload, or maybe 90% of it. I think you can make better lineups just by rostering the cheaper guys, assuming you're not looking at like a really, really condensed ownership on those three. And to me, looking at our ownership projections, I'll take the 24% on Barkley, Mixon sub 20, Taylor at 12%. I don't really know if you're gaining enough leverage by making those pivots. And that's how I've seen the board, but I'm curious what you think on that, Matt.
So I think Christian McCaffrey still has 10K running back usage potential, and you're getting him at 8,900.
But this is the bet would you say that Barkley does too? Or like, is he just below that? Because I think he honestly is maybe 95% of the role.
Yeah. And we saw Carolina, at least we're in yellow flag territory with McCaffrey's future usage. I guess the way I'm playing the week is if I can pay up to get slightly less of the field with me on McCaffrey, and he plays like a 10K player, I get more bang for my buck compared to getting to Barkley with everyone else on him. Someone said in the chat, McCaffrey or Barkley. And ultimately, first of all, we have a player compare tool. So if you want to see what our actual tools say in a 1v1 situation, we can literally just throw that link in chat. You can check it out.
Why don't we put that up there? Tyler, can you pull up the player comparison tool? Yeah, you got it covered for us. We can pull up McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor. I think that's a lovely time to be utilizing this.
And on top of that, we can obviously analyze the game theory around it, right? The answer is you can play either of them. It's what does your roster look like around that, and what is the contest you're playing? Ultimately, I think Saquon looks like he's headed for a Christian McCaffrey type role. But if I can pay up to be a little bit more contrarian, in like a single entry or three entry tournament, I think McCaffrey is a really, really appealing option. He's still 2 points higher projected than any other running back on the slate.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to think about.
Yeah, it sounds like the assumption you're making is that McCaffrey is going to be quite a bit under-owned compared to Barkley. The crux of my argument was just looking at our ownership projections. Barkley at 24, McCaffrey at 17.
Yeah, it's not much.
I'll take that difference. But honestly, looking at this in the lineups you can build and just the chalk around Barkley, I think he might be a little under projected, McCaffrey a little over projected, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I definitely think it's possible.
This pitch count thing, I don't completely trust with DeAndre Swift. 7K, I'm still going to get to him. James Conner is kind of my please God, don't let Derek Carr go completely nuts today, because I'm way, way underneath the field on him for tournament purposes. He's your cash game quarterback, him or Trey Lance. I think I could make a case for Trey Lance as well, but I feel pretty confident that James Conner is going to be a large part of my portfolio. Not even somebody that I like very much. And then I did see the news that just came through the wire that Saints quarterback Jameis Winston playing today with 4 fractures in his back. That seems bad, but I also got to say, looked pretty good last week, so I don't know if there's really a whole lot to mine out of that situation. Do you have anything from that, Matt Gajewski? Because that just hit the wire.
I don't think so. If he's playing, you would have to assume he's like good enough to deliver the ball to his pass catchers. Otherwise, they just flat out wouldn't do it. So I didn't get a ton of Jameis to begin with. That's a game environment that's a little gross to me, especially with the deficiencies on the other side. Tampa Bay may struggle to score points, which is crazy to say about Tom Brady. But ultimately, now that we know this injury news, maybe New Orleans leans on the run even further. And that's not something I expected them to do given their own injuries in the backfield. But I think you'd prefer to protect your quarterback rather than like a 33-year-old Ingram.
That's fair. Oh, man, that's just kind of a weird thing. I didn't have a lot of interest in him today as it is. So there's that.
Weird game.
I just think I have to protest one other thing where apparently the report says there is no risk of further damage and he's wearing pads to protect the area. What kind of hogwash is that? You have fractures in your back.
Hogwash?
As someone with the
there is no
legitimate
risk of
same
further
fractures,
damage.
there is high risk of further damage. I will.
There
tell
is
you that
absolute
from personal
producer.
experience.
Yeah. Thank you.
Producer
Thank you,
Tyler
Producer
coming
Tyler.
in with the back takes.
Yeah, I take that back. Back take. That
oh my
is,
God, we have to move along after that. That was just painful.
well,
Literally.
I mean, Tampa's D is now kind of an interesting option. They always were kind of an interesting option because Winston's volatile. We'll get there, but it doesn't change a lot about how I'm playing my lineups.
We start getting down to this range of Antonio Gibson, all these sub 6,500 underneath Javonte Williams. You've got Gibson, Naji Harris, who once upon a time had the entire backfield. I still think he does. Just a New England defense that I think is getting a little bit of respect. I'm over on Naji Harris. Again, I'm playing running backs that I don't actually like in real life today. I don't really know what is up and down. Dallas, hard for me to believe that I want to get to a Pollard or Ezekiel Elliott in this upper range. But Darrell Henderson, this is the final kind of conversation piece to have. There were some reports lingering around that Cam Akers, that they want him to get a little bit more involved than last week. Well, he was like completely uninvolved, so that would be a change. Matt Gajewski, Darrell Henderson being very popular in this range. Do you find a pivot to get to anywhere upper 5K?
Upper 5K, not really. I think you can differentiate the platforms. I think Josh Jacobs is a better play on FanDuel specifically, where you don't have to worry about pass catching quite as much, just due to the PPR nature of DraftKings.
He's up to 20% on DraftKings now. That's wild.
Jacobs
is.
Oh man, I need to refresh this.
I just refreshed it
now.
Yeah, we have him at 20.3%, and I kind of believe it. He's sub 6K. Again, Henderson was kind of the guy that I thought was going to just get crazy steamed up throughout the entire week. He did. And now you're looking at Jacobs. Just wild ownership for Josh Jacobs. I will not be playing him on DK in any capacity. I have 4%. I don't see that changing.
Yeah, I'm going to change that now. I was playing a little bit. Now, geez, I'm going to pivot down to Chase Edmonds, I think, who I was getting a fair amount of anyway. He's not upper 5K, so it doesn't really answer your question, but
thanks.
I think I'm just going to make that pivot down. Edmonds had an excellent role in week 1. Very inefficient, but I think better days are ahead on an explosive offense that was passing the ball a ton. So it's really good for DK as well in that format. I think that's just the pivot you make in tournaments now off Jacobs. That's what I'm going to be trying to do here. as we have 45 minutes. There's plenty of time.
I
Matt
think
Savoca.
that's clever. That's clever
Yeah.
what Matt just said. I agree, and I am the least amount of watch the games NFL analyst there is, but it did look like Chase Edmonds, when I'm watching the game, looks to be a focal point of that offense. Some plays called back. The clear first look in several pass plays as well. I think he and that offense, again, facing a banged up Baltimore defense, has some upside there with Miami.
Ryan S. Matt G gives Eric's BS no play.
What
None.
BS? Oh, the Ferenc thing?
No, just me being overall myself.
I just because
existing in the world.
Well, the French joke was funny, to your credit. I don't understand a lot of your pop culture references just because I'm over here living I don't know, a sheltered life, digging into the weeds of college football and whatnot. So I miss a lot of those, man. I just don't have the repertoire you do.
No, but then you have this party trick where we can go JD McKissick, college.
I actually don't know where he went to college.
Oh, right off the bat.
First one?
Yeah, you got me.
Okay, well, I rescind all, but you're just a liar. You're a fraud today, Matt Gajewski. It's okay.
Things got off the rails, guys.
It's okay.
The weed.
Whoa.
Interesting choice. But Jeff Wilson, 5,100. I'm surprised he's not more popular for DraftKings right now. He's 3.4%. For me, it's just trying to find some punts down here. I think Kenyon Drake you can get to some shares of. Rex Burkhead played a ton, and I don't know who else to run back anything from Denver with. You could do, obviously, Brandon Cooks, but I think that's kind of the popular. And maybe I get to some Rex Burkhead sub 5K. Any bargain basement deals for you down here, Matt Savoca?
Okay, so did Joe Flacco at least attend some classes at the Ryan Fitzpatrick School of degaffing at the end of your career? Because I do feel like we're going to see Joe Flacco attempt to throw 50 to 60 times every single time he touches a football field for the rest of his career. And we expect the Jets to consistently be either in neutral game scripts or negative game scripts. And so if you add those two things together, I think you see plenty of dump offs to Breece Hall, even with him playing a limited snap share. This is a super athlete in terms of, just combine metrics combined. We're not talking about actual ability on the field. His best comparable player on playerprofiler.com is Jonathan Taylor. You're taking the PPR upside and the fact that the game script will be on your side, and basically no one wants to play him. So that's kind of interesting to me. Jeff Wilson, I think, is an objectively better play. And then once you get further down, it gets really nasty. Kenyon Drake is the one that the big boss Alex Baker was talking up in the earlier slate. That's how you think like a GPP winner, but that looks ugly to me. I don't love it. I have some Kenyon Drake today as a starting running back for the Ravens.
It's pretty horrific. Last week, I love how this is just the difference. I mean, Mike Davis was projected to have the backfield, and he very clearly does not. So I will say Kenyon Drake, kind of weird that he's in play for me, but trying to get different, trying to find paths to beating 300,000, 200,000 people in tournaments on DraftKings.com. I think that there's definitely a path to getting to a little bit down here. Bring us home, Matt Gajewski. Any bargain basement running backs for you?
Not really. I'm fine with the Drake play. You're just hoping on, the upside in kind of a fragile backfield right now in Baltimore. Jamal Williams isn't quite that cheap, but I think maybe we can include him in this discussion. We talked about Swift at the beginning. There's a lot of uncertainty with the report that came out. I think you could see it go one of two ways: more coach speak than anything, and then DeAndre Swift plays close to his normal role, or he's legitimately banged up. He's maybe at risk of re-aggravation, and they have a capable backup in Jamal Williams. This is a guy that's played on 3 downs. No, he's not the most explosive player in the NFL, but he's consistent. And if he's given a full workload at this price, I think he could be a solid pivot as well. He's coming in with just 1% ownership right now on our back end. I think a lot of that because this report came out this morning. A lot of times that's a great way to get leverage.
All righty. Well, we are going to move ourselves on to the wide receiver position, usually where we spend the most amount of time. I should ask Matt Savoca the same thing, though. Any other running backs you wanted to discuss?
I thought it was interesting that the Patriots did not add another running back to the active roster with Ty Montgomery going on IR. I think somebody's going to emerge from Damian Harris and Ramondre Stevenson. I know the matchup isn't great, but let's not pretend the Steelers defense is the same without TJ Watt on the field. It's an entirely different defense without him there. So I think players can have spike weeks. We've talked about the mouths to feed argument with New England. We have no idea who's going to hit from week to week, but I am getting to some Damian Harris because of the touchdown and positive game script upside for this Patriots team.
If you guys are in a legal betting state right now, the best thing you can do for yourself is take advantage of this BetMGM offer that we have in the video description box below. You simply have to bet $10 to win $200 on any money line in the NFL today. So you go to that plus or minus money that is right next to the name, nothing spread-wise, just money line. You bet $10 on that over at BetMGM, and you're going to get $200 in free bets. It's simple as that. There's no strings attached to that. Simply click in the video description box below and take advantage of that offer because, hey, that's free money. And hey, while we're talking about free money, let's head back over to No House Advantage and check in on Overlay Watch. I think that's only fair. Oh my God. The early slate right now over at No House Advantage has less than 1,000 entries in it out of 3,000 total. We're talking 31% full with 38 minutes to go. Let me just tell you, that is not going to fill, and it's not going to fill by a landslide. We're talking 20K to first. And if you use promo code Stokastic over there right now, you're going to get $25 first match deposit bonus. So if you deposit 25, you'll get 25. That's 2 entries in the $20, 2 in the $5, and you are all set up to play over at No House Advantage. You play props, you take advantage of everything there. We'll talk some more about our favorite plays over at No House Advantage for today after we talk the wide receiver position, but had to check in on it because that is the most overlay I've ever seen over there. That is a ridiculous number. Please go take advantage of that. Hard to beat it. To the wide receiver position, we go on the top end, and there's this Davante Adams character who's in the highest total game of the slate. He's at 30.5% ownership. We have a higher optimal percentage. His boom percentage is 31% in the Stokastic boom bust tool, which you get for 3 days free right now. Take advantage of that. Matt Gajewski, how do we get away from being over the field on Davante Adams today?
Well, I played him in cash and I X'd him out of tournaments.
Oh, dear God, you're a sick person.
15 lineups, again, that's the common theme. I would not do that if I was playing 150. But we talked about leverage earlier in the slate with the running back position. The way I'm viewing these positions and how they relate to lineups as a whole, there's a lot of elite receivers on the slate. You can look at Jamar Chase. You can look at Tyreek Hill. I'm not going to name them all, but you get the point. There's a lot of high scoring, high upside receivers. At running back, I think there's really 5 or 6 guys with a full feature workload. And outside of that, I'm not trying to get too cute and make pivots to guys like Kenyon Drake. So to me, I'm going to play more of the chalk at running back and then play a few more contrarian stacks at wide receiver. Adams, I love him as a player. I mean, you rarely see guys get 40% target shares in games. Yes, that's going to come down over the course of the season. There's other capable bodies in that receiving core, but we know it's probably going to hover around 27 to 30%. That's awesome at this price. And again, I'm playing him in cash. I think he's an awesome play overall, but you just need to be careful how you're building tournament lineups if you're going to be eating chalk.
Matt Savoca, Davante Adams. Tell me I'm not crazy for just jamming him today.
So from the math perspective, this makes all the sense in the world. We've got Adams, we've got Kupp, and then everybody else, especially if you're talking DraftKings perspective. It's just a massive tier break between Adams and Kupp and then everyone else in a projection standpoint. So when you're talking about the salary differential between 9,900 for Kupp and 8,600 for Davante Adams, and they have essentially the same median projection, he's going to look like the most exciting player on the slate, especially when it helps you get away from, let's say, the most optimal build, the most popular build with these high tier but value running backs like Saquon Barkley. I think Davante Adams, you can make the case for 30% ownership today, 40% ownership, absolutely. His optimal lineup percentage is over a third of the time in our latest run of simulations, which is insane. That's insanely high. So if you don't have to fade him at all. I think fading him is one easy way to get weird on this slate, but I'm certainly not. Oh, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. That's bad.
I hear better now.
One of my favorite things about playing a ton of Davante Adams today is the late swap ability. Yes, I talk late swap a lot when it comes to NBA, when it comes to NFL and MLB. Obviously, not a whole lot of need, but there are times that it comes into play. But from a game theory perspective, I play a lot of Davante Adams. I just am going to jam him at this given time. If I have lineups that are the absolute stone cold nuts, I'm going to keep going along with Davante Adams. If there's things in these large tournaments where I feel like I can just stay there and have a chance to win, I'm going to stick with Davante Adams. But there's Jamar Chase. There's my other boy, Deebo Samuel. There is CeeDee Lamb, which would be the most contrarian option in the history of planet Earth today. There's at least guys in this range that I can get to. And then from a running back perspective, you're kind of screwed because there's really nobody else to get to in that upper tier. But Joe Mixon, I think there's paths to getting away from him from a late swap perspective. Like for me, you play a lot of Adams because he's the best play. And then you kind of react to how you did in the early games. So for me, I just think Davante Adams is your safest bet to just smash out of everybody on the top end. So I'm playing tons of him, and I'll kind of act accordingly to how my lineups are doing throughout the day. But Matt Gajewski, any kind of thoughts about that?
No, I completely agree with everything you said. And that's coming from a guy who's not playing Davante Adams in tournaments. I think it makes a lot of sense. It all depends on how you choose to build your lineups, where you're eating chalk, and being smart about being contrarian. So I'm trying to eat some chalk at running back. And we talked about that earlier. That's coming at the cost of Davante Adams in a lot of lineups. But again, I think there's reasonable pivots, a lot of high upside receivers, and we'll talk about them.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll just group it by ownership because I think you've got Brandon Cooks. I'm kind of surprised he's the second most popular wide receiver in our last run of ownership at 17%. Suppose pretty clear-cut path to targets and volume thing and expecting a negative game script for Houston. You got Tyreek Hill. That makes a little bit more sense to me. I'm going to be playing more Waddle as kind of just going up against him and feeling like maybe I can get a lot of those PPR targets. But Matt Savoca, in these popular range of like 6, 7K wide receivers, who are you landing on the most?
Getting to Brandon Cooks, as you mentioned, I think Cortland Sutton has a bounce back game as well. We didn't talk really a lot about the Denver offense. I guess you did when we were talking about Russell Wilson, but I think Cortland Sutton looks like a really, really interesting play, and honestly looked electric with the ball in his hands. Just didn't get the ball in his hands enough in week 1. That's kind of the way I'm seeing it. I think they correct things. Would you consider DJ Moore at 5,700 in this range? Because I am getting to DJ Moore more than I expected. And then from there, I got a lot of value plays or these upper tier options we already mentioned. Jerry Jeudy as well in that same game environment with Sutton. I have quite a bit as well.
I'm seeing some discussion, not in the YouTube chat, but in the Discord and other spots. Any Mike Evans? I mean, is Marshawn Lattimore, is that matchup something you actually think about, Matt Gajewski or Matt Savoca?
Not a ton. I mean, it's certainly a good corner, but we've seen these cornerback matchups get overrated. And we know there are ways for play callers to scheme receivers away from corners. You can use pre-snap motions. You can line Evans up in the slot. We have a lot of moving parts with Tampa Bay right now. I wouldn't be surprised if their offense just straight up tries to find ways to get him out of Lattimore's coverage. I mean, they're kind of banged up in their secondary too. They're down their number 2 corner. So I think that would be advantageous. You rarely see just full shadows across the field. I'm not sure we see it today. And I think Tampa Bay will be smart about it.
You guys will be proud of me. I think I just got my crunch in. I think I'm done. I think I can actually be a human in the world and actually run a show here now. Could you even tell before?
To spare. What?
I know.
Yeah, nice job.
This is wild. Thank you. I'm very proud of myself. Oh, never mind. TJ Hawkinson. Too much TJ Hawkinson. We have to not do that. The 5K range. Now, this is, I think, maybe the make or break range of this entire day. Mainly because there's so many good pieces of ownership here. We've got Jerry Jeudy, who is, 12.8%. He's somewhat owned, but I mean, not where, the 17, 18% number you're looking for Brandon Cooks. Christian Kirk, 5,700. I can't really pull the trigger on Deontay Johnson. Michael Thomas, I can get to a little bit because he could be somebody that in 2 weeks, we said, how did we not play Michael Thomas at 5,800 when he's 7,500 now? But Matt Gajewski, anybody in the 5K range you're landing on?
Yeah, I love a lot of plays in this range. I think you could kind of group Cooks in it. He's just at the very top end at 6K. But you mentioned Jeudy. I think he's going to be really chalky today. I'm surprised his ownership is coming in as low as it is. I saw him in some optimals across the industry. Nothing scares you matchup-wise against Houston. Good target share in week 1. He was right on pace with Sutton. So kind of what we expected. There wasn't one clear alpha out of that group, and he's just a little bit cheaper. So I think he makes sense. Otherwise, Christian Kirk, I think, is a decent pivot. He's getting a little bit of ownership. He's the clear number one in Jacksonville. Maybe you're a little worried about the weather there, which I can understand after what we saw last week. But for pivots, DJ Moore, love him. Carolina ran 50 plays last week. So I think a lot of people are just naturally a little bit down on not only McCaffrey, but DJ Moore. Robbie Anderson, really the only guy that had a monster game there. DJ Moore is going to have better days. He's been nothing but productive with a horrific quarterback situation his whole career. And you just flat out don't see teams run 50 plays. That's going to positively regress. Every team except Seattle last year was above 60 plays per game. So I'm not too worried about him right now. And then Robinson, Allen Robinson, the bounce back, I think it comes at some point. Good matchup here against Atlanta. Stafford still the quarterback. I think the talent's there. Maybe the time is starting to run out on him, but for another week, I'll try to buy low on him.
On who?
Allen Robinson.
Oh, God.
Yes, I totally agree.
I'm with
and
you.
I think honestly,
I know.
playing all these Rams pass catchers while Darrell Henderson gets more and more pushed up and touted, I think is the way to play this. Tyler Higbee had 11 targets, had a couple doink off his hands. I think a couple of those go Allen Robinson's way, especially against an Atlanta defense that is probably bottom 5 at best defensively as an entire unit.
It's not good. They're not good. Oh my God. Have we reached the portion of the program where we're all going to vomit and hold our nose and play some of these horrendous wide receivers that are super, super popular? I think we're basically there. You get to the very bottom end, all of these, everybody who plays for the Indianapolis Colts. You can basically talk about Doolin, Paris Campbell. You can talk about, of course, Greg Dortch. I can't even say it. Richie James, 3,200. Lots of these super cheap punt type wide receivers. I'm sure I'm going to tilt my face off when one of them goes completely nuts because I'm just trying to avoid this range. But if you had to hold your nose and just go to the bottom, Matt Savoca, who are you playing as an absolute punt?
Absolute punt. So we're talking about what, under 4,500?
Yep.
Okay. Zay Jones looks really interesting to me. Zay Jones, in terms of expected fantasy points, that is targets, air yards, where you received those opportunities onto the field, all rolled up into the scale. That's easier to understand. Wide receiver 7 last week in expected fantasy points from PFF. I don't know if that is going to stick from week to week, but if people are not really interested in that, that seems interesting to me, especially against the Colts defense, which again, they're missing personnel as well defensively as much as they are offensively for Indianapolis right now. I do have some Greg Dortch. I also am interested in Donovan Peoples-Jones at 4,400. I think you could go there. Richie James, I have a little bit of as well. Don't feel great about it, but this Giants-Carolina game is one where I think it might be 2 bad teams, but the offenses show up enough where you could get a one-off option there. It's not fun, but hey, we're at the bottom anyway. You said we're going to vomit.
Yeah, started from the bottom. Now we're still here. Going to Mr. Matt Gajewski. How are you feeling about these punt wide receivers? Any of them making your 15 tournament builds?
The one I think you feel best about is Dortch, just given his role on a fairly pass-heavy offense in Arizona. Best game environment on the board here. The Vegas secondary is definitely the weakness of their defense. They're very strong up front. Dortch is a little tiny slot receiver. He's about 170 pounds. These low A-dot targets do benefit him. You're going to see him in the slot a lot. But Savoca rattled off a lot of the pivots I'll be getting to in tournaments. I do like this range a little bit. The weather's sort of scared me off Paris Campbell a little bit. Again, weather's, just to speak on this, it's generally not something I'm looking at too much outside of the extremes. Chicago was an extreme last week. I'm not sure we see that today. So I'll be playing a little bit of Paris Campbell. I think he's just a wide receiver 1 there right now, which is crazy to say. Otherwise, Richie James, I do have a little bit of pause with. That situation in New York does seem like it's in flux. You have Sterling Shepard, whatever Kenny Golladay is going to give you. And then do they finally play Kadarius Toney? If they do, I think that could come at the expense of Richie James, So there's just a little more volatility there for my liking. He's not a player I got a lot of today.
Anything that you guys are mining out of this Tampa Bay situation? I go back to it. I mean, it's a low implied total. We talked about it. It's still a dome. It's still the Superdome there in New Orleans. And, Is Russell Gage somebody that we should maybe be paying attention to at sub 5K? I'm just trying to find somebody else in this 4K range to kind of hang my hat on.
I'm getting there. I'm getting to Russell Gage.
Me too.
I think you need to be strategic about how you play the Tampa Bay offense, but I think the range of outcomes are just increased for this Tampa Bay team. There's still 5 touchdown potential because of who's playing quarterback, right? And especially because the Saints defense did not look like the typical Saints defense. They were being run all over, which you never see. The Falcons were able to put up 26 points. We could maybe just look at it that way. And if that's the case, then maybe the Buccaneers just put up 30 regardless of who's on the field.
Somebody asking, Gabe Davis is my wide receiver too. With the status in question for Monday, do I like Mike Thomas versus the Bucs or wait? You play Michael Thomas. What are you talking about? Just play Michael Thomas. How is he not in your lineup anyway for your year long?
We had Gabe Davis as a top 10 option to start the week, though. So I get the question.
Khalil Shakir. Just pick him up and fire him up if he plays. His hips don't lie. Matt Gajewski didn't like any of that.
I like that song. I'm just reading.
Can you sing a little for us?
I'm reading last second reports on Twitter. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You should focus on that. That's what we pay you for, to be in your log cabin, just sitting there. How many eggs do you eat a day? I feel like 50.
6.
You're like, oh, that was an actual answer.
Yeah, I do eat 6 eggs a day. Eggs are awesome.
I love eggs.
You're like Gaston.
I don't know who that is.
NoHouseAdvantage.com. We're going back over there to NoHouseAdvantage.com. I can't entertain that. We'll be here too long. But looking at props over at No House Advantage today, there are a lot of very intriguing ones. Number one, don't play anybody who's inactive because you will get a 0 and then you will not be making any money here. It's just over 1,000 entries, by the way. So great job, everybody jumping in over there as we go along. But just curious if there's any props over at No House Advantage, Matt Savoca, anything that kind of caught your eye, because there's a couple that I find to be very, very intriguing for our purposes today.
Okay, these gunslinger quarterbacks with 0.5 interception lines are ones that we're going to take advantage of. We're just, the way we do projections, we can look at these quarterbacks and say, okay, they got about a 91 to a 96% chance of throwing an interception. That's the level of granularity we're able to get to at Stokastic.com. So when someone's saying, okay, well, it's a 50% shot and there's no juice to the over or the under, that is a very easy bet. I believe our top 12 bets over on the No House Advantage projections are all interception based. I'll just go with number 1. Baker Mayfield throws a pick today.
Did you see Carson Wentz? 1.5 interceptions is his line.
It's a lot of picks.
You have to take the under of that. I understand that it's Carson Wentz, but when I saw a 1.5 interception line, that became my 10-point play on No House Advantage instantly. 1.5 interceptions. You never see that for a line. And I get it. Maybe the Lions is home favorites for the first time since 1948. That might be an exaggeration, but it's just one of those things where it's very hard for me to see that kind of a number and not take an under. Matt Gajewski, No House Advantage. Anything that tickles your fancy?
I agree with that. That's just flat out incorrect. You would need a Jameis Winston historic 30 interception season for that line to hit the over. I think that one's a no-brainer.
He's so going to throw 2 picks again this week. It's just absolutely happening.
That's how it goes. You can't feed your family with closing line value.
Whoa, I've never heard that. That's the greatest thing I've ever heard. You can't feed your family with closing line value. Can we get that on a t-shirt?
I want it. I want it
and
right now.
We need 6 eggs around the type. That's what we need. Somebody in chat design that. Hit me up on Twitter at Eric Lindquist. Draftaholic. That's Matt Savoca. Go fire him up. Matt Gajewski, Matt_Gajewski.
What a singer, man.
We will definitely be firing that up on the Twitters. That is phenomenal stuff. I don't even know where to go. Oh, the tight end position. That's probably where we should go to next. But thank you so much to No House Advantage. Go sign up. Use promo code Stokastic. Get that money, honey. Tight end, there's one really popular guy in Mark Andrews. There's another semi-popular guy in Tyler Higbee, which I could not be more vehemently against in a million years. Yeah, you heard me. So there you go. Any of these popular tight ends that are showing up for you, Matt Savoca?
I'm actually not. No problem considering Mark Andrews in any lineup. Absolutely not. I already told you that Lamar Jackson has a huge ceiling potential. But the way I'm playing this slate is that Lamar Jackson gets to his true ceiling, which is through rushing and then likely spreading out his passing. I actually think that Darren Waller is a really interesting option as well if you're talking about upper tier tight ends, especially as leverage off of the popular Devontae Adams. The odds of hitting his ceiling are much lower, obviously, with Adams on the field, but it's not zero. And then I'm honestly getting to mostly value plays at tight end, just the way that I'm building today. Absolutely nothing wrong with Andrews at the top tier.
Yeah, I'm punting a lot too. We'll talk about some of those guys. And obviously Mark Andrews is kind of unavoidable because he's got the ceiling that could make you be like, oh, this didn't work well. You do get Darren Waller, who I was hoping he was going to be less popular. He's up to 10% now. Obviously, he's your major leverage off of Devontae Adams. If you want to be going that direction, you just 1-for-1 that, and you're dropping what? He's 1/3 of the ownership, so that seems neat. Matt Gajewski, tight end at the top end. Anybody that you find yourself getting to?
Yeah, I love Andrews. I like playing the top end tight ends because you access a different ceiling. Sometimes when you're betting on the punts, you're just betting on the failures of the players above them. And we have 3 of them on the slate today. So what is your bet that Andrews, Waller, and Pitts all fail? So I'll be playing Andrews today. I'm also playing a lot of Lamar Jackson, so that just naturally happens. Not as much interest in Higbee. Think it was an anomaly target game we saw last week, especially with how poor he played. Allen Robinson's just a better receiver, so I'll bank on him playing a little bit more. Albert Okwuegbunam is somebody that I do have a bit of. He plays mostly in the slot for this team, and Denver's down KJ Hamler. So maybe they compensate with that injury just by playing a little more Okwuegbunam in the slot. And he actually had a pretty good role to begin with. So I think at 3,700, he's somebody that you can use in addition to like a Judy or Russell Wilson or instead of them. You're not going to get a ton of leverage just because he's fairly highly owned at the position. But he's a guy that accesses a ceiling that I don't think we've seen the true potential yet.
Yeah, until Dulcich gets back, I think it's pretty fair that I'm going to play a lot of Okwuegbunam the whole way. You have Tomlinson, who, even if he's active, it's just not going to, he's out there to block, right? Or is it Andrew Beck that's out there? Yeah, it's just Andrew Beck is whatever. So
he's an H-back.
Yeah, this is just wild. He's listed at the tight end spot, though, for some reason.
I have Alberto as
plays
my
like that
highest.
Kyle Juszczyk role.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are, honestly, love Kyle Juszczyk. Who's the guy in Baltimore who makes every Pro Bowl?
Pat Ricard.
Thank you, Pat Ricard. I love both of you two so much. I come in off the MLB streets a little rusty from time to time, and I'm like, who's the guy from the thing? And you both know, except for Matt Gajewski's a liar. That's the theme of the program. JD McKissick. These are all lies. Did you ever figure out where he went to school?
No, I'm looking it up right now. Arkansas State. Ooh.
This organization will not tolerate failure. Let's talk some punts because I got some disgusting humans here down here. It's gotten weird. Juwan Johnson, Kylan Granson, who ran more routes, played more than Mo Alley Cox, which was really surprising to me. If I could just 1-for-1 swap, global swap in the old underdog fantasy right now, I'd probably be going the Granson route based off of what we saw. Was a pass catcher in college at where, Matt Gajewski?
SMU. I got that one.
Thank you. Matt Savoca, who are your favorite punt tight ends to get to today?
Oh, I've got a lot of Kylan Granson and it doesn't feel great, right? It's 2,600 on DraftKings. You got to go there. I also can't believe I have Harrison Bryant because he's playing against the Jets, and Logan Thomas, who, again, the upside, I don't know athletically if he's all the way back, but the fact that he's on the field playing a decent sized snap share for a team that really, really wants to use him and paid him a year ago like they want to, I do think in that Washington-Detroit game, which we haven't really talked about the game environment there being kind of conducive for pass heavy and just shootout potential in general, I think that you could do a lot worse there. I have Logan Thomas just ahead in my ownership of TJ Hawkinson, who you said you had too much of.
I have, he's gone now. I had to trim that. One of the things that happens is when you start boosting up mid-K, 4K wide receivers like a Russell Gage or guys in that range, it starts trimming it from some of the 3K guys that I was forced to play a little bit before because I just wanted to get away from that range entirely. And then as a result, it just became complete dust at tight end. And, if it trimmed out some of the mid 6K guys for the wide receiver spot, it just ended up being Hawkinson. I get it. Not my favorite spot to be going to. I will say, I mean, nobody is playing Zach Ertz today. Zach Ertz is 6.4% owned, and I feel like you could do worse than the best game environment on the slate with a quarterback that people just aren't playing in Kyler Murray. So I'm trying to get to a little bit more of that in the next 14 minutes here. But any punts for you, Matt Gajewski?
For me, it's Granson for sure. Very gross. I won't belabor that point too much. You guys hit on it fairly well. I think Juwan Johnson's nice. A lot of routes for him. Again, that's a game environment I'm a little worried about, but that's about it for punts. I'm not trying to get really gross at this position. Again, we have a number of just bona fide studs. And I think a lot of times when you get away from that, you're leaving yourself vulnerable to those teams that actually roster them, accessing a ceiling that you don't necessarily have. So I'm sticking with Granson and Juwan Johnson for the absolute punts.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. We got to go talk about defense here in a second, but first hit that like button. We had like 4.2, 4.3K here on this stream live. Cannot tell you how much we appreciate you guys spending your Sundays with us. We try to give you the best information every single time. At least Matt Savoca and Matt Gajewski do. I'm just here trying to wrangle everybody together because you guys get so off topic all the time. You guys are so high energy. I can't believe it. That was a joke. Because it's me.
Are you insulting my energy? Are you insulting
No,
our
I'm
energy?
saying that I'm just saying that I'm frenetic.
Or are you talking about your energy compared to us? Because no,
Yeah.
I don't want to be at your energy, but I'm comfortable with my level.
You know, the funny part is that I wake up at like 6 a.m. out here on the West Coast. I don't even care. I don't even care. Let's talk defenses because there's one. The Cincinnati Bengals, you've probably heard this all week long. 13 minutes left to go. So the people need to know, Matt Savoca, are you in on the chalkiest defense I can remember on a 12-game slate ever?
You can't really play them, but I don't think it's bad to be at the field. They're just not a bad play. The Bengals are just not a bad play if you just look at the straight projection today. They are certainly far from my highest owned defense if you're making multi-entry lineups today. They're chalk, obviously, but they're 2,200 and they have an incredibly high floor. They help you do a ton of things with your roster, and there's a level of safety in there, even at the defense, which has a ton of variance every single week, that I feel like you can't get in a lot of other places. Do I think they're the best GPP play? Far from it, because they're so popular. They might just be the right answer anyway.
What are you planning to do with your allotment of lineups? Again, this is a nice mix that we have. You know, I'm playing 150. Matt Savoca's not playing cash today. It's beautiful. Matt Gajewski, he's always playing cash. He's a grinder, but, playing more tournaments today, I enjoy it. How are you handling the Bengals defense popularity?
Yeah, with my 15 lineup build, it was easy. You play them in cash, you X amount of tournaments, and then you just move forward with that. So I think the more interesting question is who you pivot to, because they're without a doubt the best play across the slate.
I will say I'm not completely against playing a little bit of them. I mean, the ceiling is obviously there, and Dallas, maybe they'll just try to run the ball a lot more with Zeke, with maybe getting Pollard involved and try to create some things with a guy who I think still a dynamic playmaker. It's just, they could not have possibly looked worse last week. And so maybe Cincinnati just is able to go and put the clamps on it, but they need to be throwing the ball to really tap into some of that upside for 15, 16 points. And that's where I think you just look on the other side of that game. Get yourself to some Cowboys defense. Absolutely nobody wants to do things like that. And for me, it's just a pass happy offense here with Cincinnati. You know that's going to be a path for it. And they're at 3K. So that's a defense that I've kind of prioritized getting to a little bit of. I'm surprised to see the Dolphins. I guess they're 2,300, so it makes sense why they're the second most popular defense, but I like the Buccaneers. Nobody is really getting there. 6%, I guess a little bit, but any other defenses you really want to get to today, Matt Savoca?
Yeah, how about the Cleveland Browns? I think they could have a nice day against the Jets. They're 3,700. That is an entirely different price tier compared to 2,200. I get it, but I do think once you get up there, first of all, you're going to get unique naturally. And I think you're playing Joe Flacco, right? Like it's not expected to go well on the other side. The 49ers, if you can get $200 higher on DraftKings, they could lay the smackdown in a get right game. I know it's going to be rainy. I don't expect them to struggle defensively whatsoever. And then I'm also playing the Jacksonville Jaguars. Again, 2,300. So you're talking the same range as the Bengals, but way, way less popular. Don't feel great about it, but Matt Ryan didn't look great either. So I'm going to take a chance there and say that maybe the Jaguars, again, this was a game, Jaguars Colts was what, a 2-touchdown spread at the end of last season, and now enter Matt Ryan, who's supposedly better. Now it's a -3 game. So clearly Vegas thinks that Indianapolis is not as good as they were a year ago.
Matt Gajewski, what's the Millie Maker winner defense today?
This is going to sound gross, but
I'm ready.
I think a lot of people are talking sneaky shootout in Washington, Detroit. I'm playing some of those defenses. An injury situation we haven't talked about a lot was the Lions offensive line. Maybe we could have touched on that with the running backs, but they're down a bunch of starters on that unit too, I believe, with another one banged up. No, Washington doesn't have a great pass rush. Their defense is actually pretty bad altogether, but offensive line issues, 2 really bad quarterbacks on both sides of the ball. Sometimes instead of shootouts in these games where, you have poor defenses and poor quarterbacks, you just get poor quarterback play, a lot of turnovers and sloppy play. So I'm going to be playing a little bit of those. I think they're solid pivots off Cincinnati in tournaments if you can just find the slightly more expensive defenses here, the little bit extra money you need.
All righty, guys. We are at the portion of the program. We have 9 minutes left here before lock. And last week, I feel like a little bit of a failure because I remember week 1 last year. That was the Tyler Lockett shout out that went unbelievably well. And then it went unbelievably poorly the rest of the year. But we got to go 100 yards and a touchdown right now. And don't you dare say Jonathan Taylor or Christian McCaffrey, Matt Gajewski. I know your tricks. Matt Savoca, 100 yards and a touchdown. Sam T guarantee, go.
Okay, I want to do a little caveat. I'm going to give you an answer, but I'm going to say 300 yards and 2 touchdowns and 1 on the ground for Lamar Jackson.
It's not how this game works.
All right.
Do you want
I'll give you an answer. 100 yards and a touchdown.
That's fine.
All right. Cortland Sutton.
I love it. See, that's what we're here for. These are the things we're here for. Matt Gajewski, 100 yards and a touchdown.
Chase Edmonds.
Whoa, that was from the top rope. That literally came out of nowhere. That's how you take grandma. What's the Ben Rossick saying? It's grandma pushing the boat across the inferno, across the volcano water in Dante's Peak.
Ben says a lot of things, and I don't know what they are.
Okay, well, there you go. That's. I didn't know if it was one of the 3 movies you had ever seen before, so I thought I'd just pull that reference out. Curtis Samuel going up against Detroit. I think this is kind of the guy at 4,600 that I have landed on quite a bit. I just think he's going to be more involved in this offense. It doesn't feel chasey. And sometimes that's kind of the habit that we get in is we say, oh, everything's chasing now at this point in time. He's a $4,600 wide receiver who had 11 targets. 11. So like for me, Carson Wentz, I do expect them to be airing it out quite a bit. I liked Dotson a lot last week. I think I probably got a little bit lucky with it. I mean, he's just a stud, but like the 5 targets there, give me the volume for little Curtis Samuel. So I will call him 100 yards and a touchdown. That seems fun to me. But anything else that you guys really want to rehash in the 7 minutes here, Matt Savoca, anything that you really need the people to know?
I'm trying to look through some players that are on my list that we didn't really mention at all. I think Nick Chubb is actually playable. Antonio Gibson is also playable. And I really like Matt's take about that the Washington and Detroit defenses being playable in that game. I also think it could be one of those situations where it is a shootout. There's a ton of points in that game, and part of the reason is because of defensive scoring. Player I'm not really getting to, Naji Harris, really at all at their expected salary. And even though it's down a little bit, I don't like to play injured running backs on teams like the Patriots who just want to stop the run anyway as a main point. And a punt play that I'm playing that you probably shouldn't. Is it Shy Smith or She Smith from Carolina?
Carolina.
Smith? Yeah. I have a couple of lineups there with him at 3K in there.
Yikes. But I mean, they hate Terrence Marshall with the fury of 1,000 suns, so I totally get it. How are you feeling, Matt Gajewski, going into lock?
I'm feeling good. I think maybe the last guy we should touch on quick is Mark Ingram. I saw some questions in chat, and I don't believe we mentioned him. I think he's a really tough sell on DraftKings specifically, but on FanDuel, he's really cheap, really, really cheap. And I think people might be flirting with that idea. There were some reports coming out of New Orleans that maybe Tony Jones gets a couple carries there. I think I'm out on Ingram, but other than that, I think we hit on just about everybody.
You know how insanely crazy it is when you have inactives come through that actually matter to be building when you're on this show. You guys are studs, I will say. And I mean, I'm a stud too, but I'm just giving it a shout out because It is bonkers the amount of things that you have to do to revamp your lineups.
You
That's
do
why
it
I
every
only
night,
played
man.
15.
I do feel like I do it every night, but like less so now than before, because I get to be doing lovely MLB VODs and things of that nature as well. Check out the Odd Shopper channel. Give that channel a follow as well. So much great work being done by the guys, myself, Loughy, Greg Ehrenberg, Josh Engleman, so many of the guys you know and love here at Stokastic doing amazing work. And hey, my dude Matt Gajewski up there, college video vids that are just unbelievable. There was a shout out a little bit earlier from somebody just saying that you basically are a print fest in college football. Congratulations on being such.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. We qualified for the college football world championship yesterday. It was a good day.
You did?
Oh, hell yeah, man.
Yes,
Where's
sir.
the screenshot? You
HRI.
could send that to
I don't-
stokastic.com and you'd put it in the Hall of Fame.
You're right. I should probably do that.
God. Seriously? The whole time, we would have never known. That's fantastic, my
That's
guy.
awesome, dude. You deserve
Thanks,
it.
man.
You absolutely deserve it.
You kind of deserve it.
Kind of.
You're a liar. Let's see. Just finishing up my lineups here as well. I always get more Patterson than I'm supposed to. That's somebody that I guess I didn't bring up before. Leonard Fournette's going to be popular, but I think he probably should be. A lot of receiving volume out of that backfield up for grabs. Another guy in Julio that maybe isn't going to get his jet sweeps. Can we just shout out Julio Jones, who's out today, so don't play him. But the man was getting jet sweeps last week, Matt Gajewski.
He should have been getting more earlier in his career. He is explosive, and he looked explosive even what is he, 31 now? 30, 32? I think he's 31. Anyway,
Wild.
He
got
should have been
hurt.
doing that earlier in his career. They should have made it more of a priority in Atlanta when he was healthy to get the ball any way they possibly could have. Unfortunately, he's out, but all this to sum up, I'm going to be playing some Gage today. Maybe Gage gets some jet sweeps. Who knows?
That'd be great.
I don't think Evans is getting them.
I was just going to say he got hurt making an insane 50-yard catch. Like that's the play he got hurt on.
Maybe they give him to Perriman. He's explosive.
That's actually not a
minutes
bad idea.
Fix this thing, and this is not good. I am going to have one lineup of Tyler Higbee out of my 5 main ones. It feels so awful. I just can't fix it. I don't know how I would fix it. Oh, yeah, there we go. Nope, I'm still going to have it. That sucks. Such is life. You know what? That's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. You know that movie?
I do.
You don't.
I've heard that saying.
Well, it was fun until this point. 2 minutes to go. Hit that like button, subscribe button, notification bell. Goes a long way for us. Head over to No House Advantage because, again, the overlay is out of this freaking world today over there. We appreciate them so much. We love having them as the sponsor of this program. So if you enjoy this content that they help us provide, definitely give them a shout out. Go sign up over at No House Advantage. Sign up using Stokastic. Get that $25 free. Yes, completely free right now. Take advantage of it here. But if there's one player that you want to have go off, Matt Savoca, and one player that you want to have fail, pick them both.
Oh, I never root for failure, but if one player were to go off to make me really happy, Zay Jones, I got way too much of.
Okay,
And for
I don't
a
completely.
A player to
completely.
fail, Cordero Patterson. There's my apartment buzzer. Pizza's here, apparently.
Oh, perfect timing. Matt Gajewski, give me the guys you want to have succeed and fail.
It's got to be Chase Edmonds. Fail, I'll just say underachieved compared to expectations. It's going to be Devontae Adams, and I'm going to be on the edge of my seat watching that game. Like that is a scary fade. I only have 15 lineups, so we're gonna give it a shot.
All right. Well, I am. You guys kind of know at this point in time. How about Curtis Samuel? Because nobody wants to play him apparently, and that seems good to me. Also, if every single wide receiver under 4K wants to fail, that would be just fine by me as well. But that does it for us here at the Stokastic YouTube channel. Thank you so much to Tyler Zander for producing today. A very admirable job, if I do say so myself. But let's get ourselves out of here. Matt Savoca, any final words for the people?
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you all. Hit that like and subscribe button and the notification bell. Help the YouTube algorithms understand what we're all about. We really appreciate you being here.
College Football World Championship qualifier, Matt Gajewski, any final words for the people?
Thank you guys all for being here on Sunday. It is a pleasure to be with you, and you guys are the reason we can do this, do what we love. So thank you very much.
And I'm Eric Lindquist. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Nobody bought my DeAndre Swift Rainmakers Elite, so guess I'm just playing it. Hope just don't get hurt. That's all I ask for. For Savoca, for Gajewski, I'm Eric Lindquist. We're out of here.